also. At this juncture, the seminar on anxiety of convergence, the meaning of Indianness, is quite relevant. Department of English always embraces innovative thoughts and views and is ready to inculcate them in Alphonsians. Prayer is putting oneself in the hands of God. I welcome Amy Mary Abraham of Secondary C English for the prayer song.
വസിക്കുന്ന ദൈവമേ സത്യസൗന്ദര്യമേ നീയാണെനിക്കുള്ള മാർഗവും ദീപവും എത്തേണ്ടതായുള്ളൊരിടവും എന്നോട് കൂടെ വസിക്കുന്ന ദൈവമേ സത്യസൗന്ദര്യമേ സ്നേഹപ്രഭാതം വിടർത്തുന്നു നീയല്ലോ ശൂന്യാംബരങ്ങളിൽ എത്രയോ താരാഗണങ്ങൾ വരയ്ക്കുന്നു ദാഹിക്കും നേരത്ത് ജീവജലം നീയേ അന്നവും വായുവും നീയേ ദുഃഖശരങ്ങളിൽ ആശ്വാസമേകുന്ന ദിവ്യകരസ്പർശം നീയേ എന്നോട് കൂടെ വസിക്കുന്ന ദൈവമേ സത്യസൗന്ദര്യമേ.
Thank you, Amy. Now, I cordially invite Reverend Dr. Father Jose Joseph, Head of the Postgraduate Department of English, for the welcome speech and presentation of the concept note.
Reverend Sister Dr. Regina May Joseph, esteemed Principal of Alphonsa College, most respected Dr. Matthew Joseph, the greatest English teacher of Kerala, Dr. Shema Jose, our esteemed guest, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, Vice Principal of Alphonsa College, Lieutenant Jose, the coordinator of the seminar, my beloved colleagues, participants, students. The salvation history in the Bible begins with 12th chapter of Genesis. The first 11 chapters are understood as prehistory, or in other ways, myth. The last myth of the Bible is the myth of Babel Tower. It is a symbol of development. The people constructed this tower as a symbol of their development, but God did not like it. The language was separated. That was the beginning of the struggle in the mankind. As every step of development that happened in history, there were conflicts. In spite of all the conflicts, people always dreamt for some kind of convergence. All separation must end up in convergence. So there is a dichotomy, the dichotomy of love, hate, water, fire. So whenever there is love, there will be some kind of hate also. Water is produced as a result of fire, and fire is extinguished by water. That's a dichotomy. Now, after centuries and centuries, the process of globalization started. It started in the realm of economics. Globalization in economics started by the last decades of the 20th century. Now, there is a second level of convergence. This is a convergence of sensibility. Different languages, different literatures were not ready to appreciate for a long time. Now that scenario is changed. The Indians are able to understand African, European, Australian, Caribbean literature. Likewise, our literature, our movie, and everything is appreciated throughout the world. That is the change that is happening. Now we find a lot of hatred among races, nations, religions, and gender. But the ultimate result should be a convergence. Here, the leadership should be taken by literary writers. They give light to the world. So this is a wonderful occasion for students and researchers to show light for a world of love and convergence, unity. All the elements of conflict are to be wiped out. That is the relevance of this seminar. This seminar is a commemoration of a very holy priest, Reverend Father Sebastian Chetuvulam. He was a Capuchin priest from Plasnal. After his theological studies, he was ordained by His Excellency Master Sebastian Vayalil. Then he served here in Kollam and Trivandrum districts for a short time. Then he was sent as a missionary in remote villages of Andhra Pradesh. As he was desiring, he was called for eternal rest at the age of 33, the holy year. 2022 was the jubilee of his death or eternal rest. Father Chetuvulam is the uncle of our colleague, Dr. Rosemary Philip. And we are thankful for the financial support that is given by Chetuvulam family. Also, we have to recognize the contribution of Sandhya Services. Sandhya Services is a charitable institution run by our beloved Miss Allimol Sebastian's family. Now, let me come to my duty. So this inaugural session is presided over by our beloved principal, Dr. Regina Ma Joseph. Whenever we remember her, she is an icon of enthusiasm. Whenever there is a program, she is enthusiastic enough to promote every good program. She is hardworking, sincere, and totally committed. On behalf of all gathered here, let me welcome our beloved principal, Dr. Regina Ma Joseph, to this inaugural function. Among the English teachers of Kerala, without any doubt I can say that Dr. Matthew Joseph has a very important position. He is known for his perfection. He is a good author, poet, research guide, and more than everything, he's a very good personality. So the Department of English is very much indebted to Dr. Matthew Joseph because three of us, including myself, could complete our PhD research under the supervision and guidance of Dr. Matthew Joseph. More than that, all the students in our college and all the colleges in Mahatma Gandhi University is indebted to the perfect test, fine-tuned. So he is a master of language. He can fine-tune to the best effect. So it's a great blessing for us to have Dr. Matthew Joseph to inaugurate this session. On behalf of all gathered here, I extend the most hearty welcome to this gathering. Dr. Shema Jose, Associate Professor of English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad, is our alumni. She was also for a short time our faculty member. More than that, she is a well-wisher. She is very happy. Her father was the head of the Department of Zoology in St. Thomas College. He recently passed away. Her mother, Professor Valsala Baby, was head of the Department of Zoology in our college. So we have a great relationship. She is part of our own family. On behalf of all gathered here, I heartfully welcome Dr. Shema Jose. Dr. Sini Jose is an icon of innocence and youthfulness. She is our student in Alphonsa College. She was member of almost all the cultural activities in this college. For the last 13 years, she is a faculty member in government colleges in Malabar. She has come here. For the sake of others, can you please stand up for 1 minute? Sini Jose. Lieutenant Anu Jose is the coordinator of this seminar. After planning this seminar, she has been always working hard. On behalf of all gathered here, I welcome Lieutenant Anu Jose to this meeting. For Alphonsa College, we have most powerful pillars, two vice principals, Dr. Shaji John and Dr. Minimal Matthew. They give full support to all the programs conducted here. On behalf of all gathered here, I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Shaji John and Dr. Minimal Matthew to this meeting. Now, I to welcome our former head of the department, Dr. Punyanama John, Professor Annie Matthew, and a lot of friends, our colleagues, researchers, students, and everybody. Now let me say, you are the life of this college. You contribute a lot to this college. This college is indebted to you. This college is for you. So therefore, I welcome all of you to this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Let me welcome Reverend Dr. Sister Reginaba Joseph, the strong pillar of our college, for the presidential address.
Respected Chief Guests of the day, Dr. Matthew Joseph, former Vice Principal, St. Thomas College, Pala, Dr. Shema Jose, our resource person, Reverend Dr. Joseph Bersar, and HOD, PG Department of English, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, Vice Principal, Lieutenant Anu Jose, convener of the program, beloved teachers, delegates, and my dear students. Reading India is as pleasant an experience as reading a book of different but thrilling tales. Being the homeland of multiple cultures and heritages, every Indian is bestowed with hybrid identities. The attempt to rise above the diversities of language, religion, geography, culture, etc., to reach a point of convergence is a tedious task. This is clearly reflected in the contemporary socio-political scenario. It is at this juncture that the PG Department of English organizes the national seminar, Anxiety of Convergence, the Meaning of Indianness, in collaboration with the School of Letters, MG University. I am happy to know that the seminar is to receive a wonderful participation, not only within Kerala, but also from across the length and breadth of India, in a blended mode of online and offline sessions and presentations. I wish all the very best to all the participants who have gathered here. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Now, I request Dr. Matthew Joseph, former Vice Principal, St. Thomas College, Pala, to light the lamp and for the inaugural address.
esteemed principal, Reverend Dr. Regina Joseph, esteemed vice principal, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, Reverend Dr. Joseph, the head of the Department of English, Dr. Chema Jose, who is from the University of English and Foreign Languages, Hyderabad, Dr. Sini Jose, the conveners of the seminar, Ms. Anu Jose and Dr. Rosemary Philip, esteemed professors, participants in the seminar, and friends. It's a matter of great joy for me to associate myself with this seminar, which is about to start here. I consider it an honor, indeed a great honor, to have been invited to inaugurate the seminar. The ceremonial lamp, you can see it, has been lighted, and it was my privilege to light it. You can see the flames, lovely and golden, flickering and dancing. And I love to imagine that these flickering flames symbolize the insights that the participants are going to get through their participation in this seminar. To organize a seminar of this kind, a national seminar of this kind, is not an easy task. So before I go any further in my speech, I should like to congratulate the college authorities on their having organized a first-rate seminar. I should like to mention in particular the principal and Dr. Joseph, who have taken a great lot of pains to have it organized. I also congratulate the conveners on the pains that they have taken. When I stand here and look at the audience, I find an impressive audience. An audience consisting of resource persons, professors, participants, and students. When I look at their faces, I am tempted to ask myself, what is it that they expect from the seminar? There is no doubt they have come here to participate in this seminar with great expectations. Well, what is it that they expect? I don't think that they expect this seminar to put them in possession of all the knowledge relating to the topic, the thrust area. All that a participant can expect to get from the seminar is getting acquainted with certain ideas, developing a love for certain ideas, which they may pursue later at their convenience. It is as if the seminar is placing in their hands the end of a thread or a cord, which they should follow to where it leads. And if they follow it properly and systematically, I'm sure it will lead them, it will take them to knowledge and fulfillment. As you are aware, this seminar is on the topic, the anxiety of convergence, the meaning of Indianness. When I read the topic for the first time, I did not quite understand it fully. I'm not an insider when it comes to critical theory. But when I listened to the presentation of the concept, I came to know that the topic, the anxiety of convergence, relates to certain tensions which might arise when two cultures, or for that matter, two literatures, come into contact with each other. When such a contact, when such an interaction takes place, it will always have a negative effect on the lesser literature or the lesser culture. The dominant culture has the advantage, and it may influence the lesser culture negatively, affecting even its identity. When I heard this topic for the first time, I thought it was something like Harold Bloom's anxiety of influence and related matters. We can pursue this topic, you can develop a love for it, and you can deliberate on, discuss the meaning of Indianness in the context of Indian literature. I don't propose to make a long speech because the entire inaugural session has been allotted only 30 minutes. So it is time I stop my speech. I wish all of you a very profitable and enjoyable time here, taking part in the discussions. Though actually I wanted to stop now, something comes to my mind and I should prolong it by 1 or 2 minutes more. I should say, even if the participants have set their expectations very high, their expectations will not be misplaced because we have a team of very competent resource persons. The resource persons, 2 of them are from 2 different universities. I should mention in particular Mr. Rajesh. I'm very happy to speak about him. I'm proud of him. He is my own student. He carried out his graduate studies at St. Thomas College. When I was the head of the department there, another reason why I like him so much is that he is the son, the only son of Professor Vasudevan. who was my classmate for 5 years. We were together both for our BA course and for our MA course. The participants will find his lecture a very useful one. Another resource person we have here is Dr. Chema Jose. She happens to be the daughter of Professor Jose Joseph, who was one of my colleagues at St. Thomas College, Pala. I have heard about him, although I do not know her closely. The third resource person is Dr. Sini. As Father Jose has said, she is from this college, and we are supposed to know her. Once again, I wish all of you an excellent time taking part in the discussions and listening to the papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I welcome Lieutenant Anu Jose, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and the convener, to render the vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries on and off the dais, teachers, and my dear students. Even before Rudyard Kipling sang, "O East is East and West is West, never the twain shall meet," the accidents of race, culture, and nationality have been subjects of anxiety in the academia. When Franz Fanon says, decolonization is a violent phenomenon, convergence of varied cultures in a decolonized post-colonial world is an anxious phenomenon. When this national seminar, which is designed to deliberate on the anxieties pertaining to the convergence of varied literary traditions, set sail, I would like to thank all the benevolent hearts who worked and walked along. Our beloved college principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Regina Joseph, is a thoroughgoing academician who is so very particular about ensuring the quality of education imparted through Alphonsa College. And I take this opportunity to thank her for her unending support and never-ending motivation. Thank you, dear sister. A man of genius, an abode of wisdom, a fountain of knowledge, and a teacher par excellence, Dr. Matthew Joseph is a graceful presence in the literary circles. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Matthew Joseph for his valuable presence and his invaluable words of wisdom. Thank you, sir. Words fall short when it comes to thank Dr. Jose Joseph, head of our department. Dear Father, we take this opportunity to thank you for believing in us and making us believe that things can be difficult but never be impossible. Thank you, Father. Let me thank our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Chema Jose, Professor, English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad, Dr. Sini Jose, Assistant Professor, Government College, Kasaragod, Dr. Rajesh Vinayar, Assistant Professor, School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University, for acceding to our invitation to be a part of the seminar. Thank you. Let me thank our beloved Vice Principals, Dr. Shaji John, Dr. Sister Ria, our former Head of the Department, Dr. Kunjanama John, teachers, students, research scholars from different parts of the country for responding to our invitation. Thank you. And my heartfelt gratitude is due to the Department of English, my dear colleagues and my dearest students for working and working for making this program a grand success. Thank you. And with a heart full of gratitude for helps received, thanking you all once again, I remain. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we have come to an end of the inaugural ceremony. Now, let's begin the sessions. The first session is led by Dr. Chema Jose. I invite Manase Maria Isaac of 3rd DC English to welcome the resource person.
I am delighted to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. Shema Jose, to the gathering. Dr. Shema is the alumni of our college wherein she completed her baccalaureate degree. She completed her master's from the prestigious Jawaharlal Nehru University and completed her doctorate from English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. She specialized in the area of English language teaching and has worked as a guest lecturer at Alphonsa. She is currently serving as the Associate Professor at School of English Language Education at English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. Her father, Professor George Joseph, was a professor at St. Thomas College, and her mother, Professor Valsala Baby, was the head of the Department of Zoology at Alphonsa College, Pala. She has authored and co-authored many publications and course books. I cordially welcome Dr. Shema to the National Seminar, Anxiety of Convergence, the Meaning of Indianness. Dr. Shema will be discussing the topic, It Takes a Village to Raise a Child, addressing the glocal village through transformative classrooms. I invite Dr. Shema Jose to conduct the session.
There is an announcement. Students who have to present their papers are requested to report at their venues.
ഞാനാണോ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? നെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ മതിയോ? അങ്ങനെയാണോ? അതെനിക്ക് അറിയത്തില്ല. ആ ശരി ശരി. മൗസ് തന്നാൽ ഐ വിൽ ഡു ഇറ്റ് ഫ്രം ഹിയർ. ഐ ക്യാൻ ഡു ദാറ്റ്. വയർലെസ് അല്ല സാറില്ല. ഞാനപ്പോൾ നെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ ഓർത്തില്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ചുമ്മാ മാറ്റിക്കോ കേട്ടോ. Good morning, everyone. Let me start with, a huge thank you. I stand here extremely thankful and very grateful for the opportunity. I would like to thank all the administrative authorities who are here and the department. I know I'm familiar with just one or two faces, Father Jose and Lieutenant Anu, but I know a program of this magnitude must have a large team behind that, so I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. I'm quite grateful for this. I'm also a little intimidated, apprehensive. I was looking up for synonyms of scared, and I think all the synonyms apply to me right now because I have my teachers, and I hope I make them proud. And I do have a PowerPoint slide which I thought about twice whether I should use it or not, because I heard one of my teachers, Professor Ganeshan, say that I don't use a PowerPoint slide because I have enough power in me to make my points, he said. So I suppose when I use a PowerPoint slide, it's like I don't have enough power in me to make my point. Okay, but I would like to ask a quick question. Is there anyone who is visually disabled? Anyone who cannot see the slides? I hope not, because then I'll have to read out from the slide. That's it. So that's it. And I would also like to, one of the people on the days already mentioned that I recently lost my father. So I would also like to dedicate this talk to him for being the most compassionate and tolerant person that I've ever known. So I think we should start now, shall we? തുടങ്ങാം ആ ശരി ഓക്കെ. So I'm going to talk about a very simple concept. I'm taking off from where Father Jose and Dr. Joseph left off. The theme of the conference, we're talking about convergence, and all I'm talking about is what are qualities that are needed in order to make the convergence smoother. That's all that I'm saying. So when we're talking about convergence of people, when we're talking about convergence of literature, what are qualities that we need to make the convergence a more productive or more fruitful experience, to bring to fruition the powerful products of convergence? What is it that we need to have? That's all that I'm talking about. And the core idea is cultural competence, why we need to be culturally aware and competent in terms of cultural knowledge. And this is what I feel we all need to have, and it's an essential 21st century skill. UNESCO also calls cultural competence an essential 21st century skill, a skill that is needed to survive in the 21st century. And cultural competence is also called a gate skill, a gate, something that you use to enter anything. So what UNESCO says is that regardless of the program that you are in, whether you're doing literature or science, you could be doing STEM subjects, you could be doing literature, you could be doing humanities, whatever it is that you're studying, if you are culturally competent, it's like a gate skill. It gets you into any job that you want to do. So that's the whole idea. There you have my talk. In fact, I can even cut down my 1 hour talk, because this is all that I'm going to tell you. And we're still not on. Okay. Is there something else that I can do? Shall I bring my laptop? Do you think? Yeah. Yeah. wondering ഇത് ശരി എനിക്ക് ഞാൻ ചെയ്യാം കേട്ടോ റൈറ്റ് യാ കുഴപ്പമില്ലല്ലോ ശരി all right yeah this works better for me let's start shall we okay I'm going to start by explaining what I mean by this whole thing. It takes a village to raise a child. It's an African proverb. And what you're seeing here is a book written by, of course, Hillary Clinton, using the same proverb. The proverb, all that the proverb means is a child is not raised just by their parents, by his or her parents. It's the whole village that comes forward to raise the child. Think about your own experience. You know, inherent in the in this saying is this concept that taking care of a child is the responsibility of many people. Think about your own growing up time. The school, the library, the weddings that you attended, the relatives, the grandparents, the friends, the neighborhood chai kada shop, the person who is there, the festivals that you attend, everything has a role to play in your bringing up. So bringing up a child is not just, so it's an African proverb, I agree, but it's so very valid everywhere. So it's not just your home, your parents and your people who have a role to play in your growing up, but it's everybody around you too. The books you read, the food you eat, the religion, the places that you go to for worship, the places that you see, the education, the school that you go to, the teachers you had, everybody plays a role in bringing up a child. So that's the whole idea behind this concept that bringing up a child takes a whole village. So this is the first thing that I would like to mention. So Hillary Clinton goes on to, of course, it's not just Clinton, but a lot of people, including Joels and the UN, talk about this, that what is the idea of a village right now? Think about you all, think about, the current generation. Who are people who play a role in your upbringing now? More than adults, more than people, there's a lot of digital content. So it's, the village is no longer a local village. For instance, I come from a small place called Chettimatam. So if I'm growing up now there, it's not just that place that has a role to play in my upbringing, because most of the time I'm on my phone. I'm not, but you all are most of the time on the phone. So there's a lot of digital content, lot of global content that is coming into you. This is so what is Indianness right now? What do we mean by being an Indian? It's not just the local village, but it's also global content. The friends that you have, take a look at your Facebook. I am told by my students that Facebook is so passé, yeah? What's the latest thing now? Instagram, yes. So I'm told it's, ma'am, don't talk about Facebook, it's Instagram, they say. So yes. So look at your Instagram friends, look at the things that you read, the reels that you view. And the content is so global in nature, right? So that's why we call it the glocal village. It's global and local together. There is centralization, there is decentralization, there is homogeneity, there is heterogeneity. So there is I find it very terrible to say that things are reduced to twos, the dichotomy. It's not really, it's a philosophical problem, but it's not really twos. We have multiple options. So the things that play a role in your growing up are no longer restricted to your village or to your house. It's global in nature. There's a lot of things. Take a look at the examples that we have here. There are people who eat idiyappam with chicken manchuria. Did you know that? So it's a marriage of, Malayalam, Kerala cuisine and Chinese, or the version of Chinese that we have. We do have mehendi stuff now, yeah? It's an import from the north. You may not know it, but during my time, there was absolutely no mehendi. There was, nobody used to have that stuff on our hands, And having a bindi with denims was like taboo. People would say, hey, what are you trying to do if you're wearing bindi with denims? Yeah. So this is this is what I mean by the global village. It's not just our culture. We're talking about a whole lot of other people influencing us. What else do I have here as pictures? Yeah, and so on, right? And yeah, take a look at that neighborhood shop that we have. Any neighborhood shop will have not just our ubiquitous Murkan and chaya and naranga motai, but you also have lace and chips and extremely high fancy stuff coming in that make an appearance in any chaya kada. I mean any what do we call that? Murkan kada, yeah? Any Murkan kada that you find in any neighborhood, I mean in any village, has a combination of all these stuff. So that's the whole power of having a local village. It's not just local stuff, you also have the global stuff there. So and like I was telling you, the values that you have, the skills that you have, the wisdom that you have, the knowledge that you get, the skills, the talent, everything comes from a lot of sources. It's not just the school, it's not just your teachers. You do learn from the neighborhood person, the place where you go to play, the games that you play, the movies that you watch, everything. Take a minute to think about it and you will see that this is what is happening to all of us now. And yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah. So let's take a closer look at who are we dealing with. That is, you all. We are talking about Gen Z. That's, where's my mouse? Okay. The last part, okay, I hope you can see that. That is Gen Z or Gen Z, as I don't know how you prefer to be called. But Generation Z is very different from what I am or what ma'am is. You don't come from our generation. Of course, you are very, you want to do things on your own. You are very people's people. That's the first thing that I would like to point out. Think about the money that there's a child who needs a kidney transplant and it requires 56 lakhs and tuck, we are able to generate money. Yes, that is people's power. And there is a river that has to be saved, Save River Meenachil or Save River, the river in New Zealand, Wanganui, Save River Wanganui. We are all there signing up. How do we do that? Why do we do that is the question. Why is it that Gen Z wants to save a river in New Zealand as much as it wants to save a river in Pala? That is the reach of Gen Z. So you are reaching out to a global population. You work in a global and a local context, and you have people power. You work with people. You enjoy working with people, and you like to do things on your own. So you are natural entrepreneurs, and of course you are tech experts. And then of course people power, tech experts as in with chat GPT. Yes, you must have heard of that, the chat GPT, to the new artificial intelligence that has come up. With chat GPT coming up, there is rumor that universities and colleges are going to shut down, because you must have heard a lot of this coming as WhatsApp forwards. Universities and colleges that are only concerned about transfer of information that is freely available on the internet. Why would you want your teachers to stand here and give you the same information? This happens to me too when when I teach my batches and I'm like giving a lecture. And while I'm talking, I can see that somebody has a doubt. Someone raises her hand and she has a doubt. So I say, hold on, let me just complete my sentence and I'll come back to you. By the time I complete my sentence, this student has already checked Google and she says, no ma'am, it's sorted. So what is my role here? Am I going to lose my job? Because I'm no longer required here as a teacher. So if the information that I give is readily available on the internet, then what role do I have to play as a teacher? Did you hear on Teachers' Day, there were lots of forwards that said, did you thank Google on Teachers' Day? Yes? So most of your teaching, your learning comes from Google or the internet. So what am I doing here as a teacher? This is a concern that all of us have, not just me, because we might be on the verge of losing our jobs. So that's something that I would like you all to think about. And okay, yeah, I got it. This is Shakespeare for you. This is Shakespeare as you. I mean, this is not a joke, okay? This is available on Amazon. If you check right now, you can buy it off Amazon. Students, Gen Z, no longer understands Shakespeare the way we read it. So this was done by an Ivy League university. I think Harvard or one of those Ivy League universities did it, because students just refused to read Shakespeare. What did they do? They converted it to SMS language. And the student said, ha, now I understand it. Yes, because longer texts, Gen Z finds it very difficult to read longer text. They don't understand longer text because you're so used to SMS text. So when you convert Shakespeare to SMS language, it was easier for people to understand. This is another thing I would like you to remember in terms of Gen Z. It's Alvin Toffler calls it the blip culture. You don't like long things. Think about the videos that you watch. If there are videos that go on beyond 2 minutes, how many of you watch videos that are longer than 2 minutes? Not I, yeah? Good. Let us preserve you because you are an exception. So, it's that short texts that we like, short texts that we prefer to read. And this is another salient feature of Gen Z. And Oxford Dictionary, I hope you all know, chooses words of the year. They choose one word for the year. There was a time when an emoticon was the word of the year. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I think 2019 or 2020, that emoticon that laughs and cries, the one that laughs with tears in his eyes, that was the word of the year. 2022, the word of the year is goblin mode, because students now are rejecting social expectations. They don't want to conform. They don't want to stick within social expectations. They want to embrace new norms. They want to ditch social expectations, go outside social expectations and do things on their own. That is goblin mode. That is Gen Z again. Gen Z believes that social norms need not be conformed to. So that's why goblin mode was most voted. The other words that were up for contention were metaverse. We know what metaverse is. Most of us live in virtual reality most of the time. Think about the village that is bringing us up. If we are spending most of our time in a digital village, in metaverse, what's the village that's bringing us up? Who are our parents? Who are the adults? Who are our teachers who are guiding us? So metaverse was another word that was up for contention. And the other one that I would, the hashtag I stand with. This is something that most of Gen Z identifies with. You are up for activism. You are up for making a change. You want to support, you want to support people who are fighting against global warming. You want to support people who are fighting against religious fanaticism. You want to support saving the world, saving environment, saving fishes. You stand with activism. You stand with anti-division factors. So I stand with was the other word that was up for voting. Of course, out of these three words, it is the goblin mode that got finally selected as Oxford word for the year. And I think this captures very much the current generation, the generation that we are looking at. And, this is something that I have already talked to you about, that you are both global and local, and that you believe you can change the world. You know, that's a very good thing, because in my generation, when people say, don't use plastic, or, you know, don't dump plastic, I would think, what is just one Kshema going to be able to do? You know, I am not going to be able to change the world or bring in a good change. I won't be able to cause an impact, whereas you all believe that you can create a change. And that's one good thing about the current generation, and this is something that we will be taking up again. So I'm going to move on. And you are culture creators. This is where we are coming to. This is I think the most significant feature of Gen Z is this. Every time you have an idli, dosha, or puttu, or whatever, and you say, wait, let me click a picture and put it up on Instagram or Facebook. You're creating culture there. You're creating content there. You're creating something new there. So you're culture creators. Or your mother decides to one day make puttu with, what's a very strange combination for puttu, I don't know. We have the usual motta, kadala, param and all. You know, there was this person who told me they have puttu with papaya. So let's say your mother decides to give you puttu with papaya, and you say, wait, this I have to share with my friends because nobody knows about this. You're creating culture, you're creating content, you know, and this is, you know, in the same college, I don't know whether ma'am remembers this, there were 4 or 5 of us for, I think, Arts Day or something like that. We sang songs from Bonnie M. And one of the things that we sang was Rasputin. I don't know if you're familiar. You must be familiar with it because of these people, Janaki and Naveen, right? This was huge, and I mean, it was viral actually. So we just sang the song the way Bonnie M sang, and then, you know, that was it. That's my generation. We conform. What did Janaki and Naveen Razak do? They blurred boundaries. Yeah, I think this is why I was thinking of bringing them in. There's Convergence because they blurred boundaries. They talked about, I mean, they symbolize healthcare workers dancing, which is something we've never seen. They reinterpreted the Rasputin challenge. This is something that all of you do. And then when people tried to pick up a religious angle, they also went against that. So this is why I say, not just I, the UN talks about it, this idea that you are culture creators, that you create new stuff. So the Janaki, Om Kumar and Naveen Razak Rasputin challenge, I think, is a good example for that, how you create new jobs. I mean, new content, how you interpret new content. And what are we readying you for? You know, there's this report by Dell, I mean, this is a technology company, which talks about the next era of human-machine partnerships that says society is in flux. You don't need me to say this. Our personal lives have changed. Our professional lives have changed. Our social lives have changed. Think about the differences that have come in terms of your personal lives, the way you meet your friends. It's changed. The way, the kind of jobs that you get into, that is changed. Your social lives have changed. So the kind of jobs that we are readying you for, this report says 85% of the jobs that are going to be available in 2030 are not created yet. So the kind of jobs that you have, or the opportunities that you have in front of you, are things like, you know, millennial generation, yeah, digital architect, climate controller, this part of the slide, the climate controller, avatar manager, digital architect, body part engineer, and child designer. You see the kind of jobs that are coming up. So the issue here is that, what are we teaching you in our classrooms? We cannot, during my time it was very easy, you know, we could say, okay, these people want to be doctors, they want to be engineers, here are teachers, there are lawyers, that's it, 4 or 5 jobs, and we know who wants to be what, and we can ready our students for that. It was very easy for us as teachers. But right now, what are we readying you for? We are readying you for jobs that do not exist right now, jobs that are constantly being created. So what can we teach you? What can we ready you for? This is something that we all face, this is a problem that we face as teachers, because we have no idea what are skills and knowledge that we can transfer to you, because we really don't know what job you're going to get into. Most of the jobs that you're going to get into when you graduate, maybe 4 years from now, 5 years from now, are jobs that do not exist right now. So how do we help you with that is our concern. And so I just want, this is an example that I thought would make things clear. The first 2 pictures you see are the old time phone and the new time phone. See how technology has changed. And look at cars, an old time automobile and a new time automobile. So what is happening in classrooms? Classrooms haven't changed at all. What we have in earlier times is just what we are doing now. This is where I'm pitching in my talk today. I would like us to remember that what we deliver in our classrooms need to change, and that is how we can ready you for 21st century. And which country do we identify with? Yeah. Can we call ourselves Malayalis, true core Malayalis? Or are there elements of other parts of India coming into us? Are there elements of other parts of the world coming into us? This is what we mean by global citizens. We don't really identify ourselves with any one local setting anymore. We're looking at the global stage as our country. So that's why we call it the global village. It is termed, this is a phrase, of course, termed by somebody else. So we need to, if we have to succeed as global citizens, it's imperative that we accommodate, that we adapt, that we develop cultural self-awareness. So it's impossible to compete in the global world. It's impossible to collaborate, to work with others in the global world. It's impossible to succeed in the global world if we do not have cultural competence. And this is what, I told you right at the beginning, this is what I'm talking about, that cultural competence, cultural self-awareness is an essential literacy skill. This is something that we have to teach our students. We have to develop this skill in our students, being culturally competent. Think about the workplace, any job that you get in. Think about your teachers here. Think about any other workplace that you're familiar with. Think about your life, your personal lives. There is nothing that we do alone. There is nothing that we do individually. Yeah? In a college, we ask you to write essays, individual essays. Who writes individual essays in the work sphere? In a workplace, in an office, nobody will ask you to sit and write an essay on your own, right? So in the workplace, it is collaboration that is needed. You need to learn to work together with people. How do we do that unless we have cultural competence? That's what we are talking about, yes? And what the UN, United Nations, as well as UNESCO says is that there was a time when you were considered literate if you can do the basic reading, writing, and arithmetic. The 3 R's they were called. So if you can read, if you can write, if you can do a little bit of arithmetic, you're considered literate. I don't know if you remember, Kerala was also in this rush, the angst to produce 100% literacy. And all that we did was help people sign, teach people to sign their names. So reading, writing, and arithmetic, the 3 R's, was considered basic literacy skills. No longer makes the cut now. That's not enough now. It is not sufficient. It is not enough to say that our students are literate if they have reading, writing, and arithmetic skills. We need to, this is again from the World Economic Forum, another global education body. This is not me speaking. Global competence. Like we said before, if you have to work together with people, if you have to collaborate, if you have to make a change, you need to have global competence, and this is what we have to be developing in our classrooms. And don't put it all on our teachers, it is also a skill that you can develop on your own. And this is what we were talking about, how do we raise global citizens. I think I have already mentioned this. You know, this is a global citizen is someone who knows their role in the wider world. You know what you want to do, you know what you can do. So you're not a member of any one local community. You are a member of multiple communities. You are a member of your village, your other demographic factors. Everything plays a role in your bringing up. And this is what we mean by a global citizen. And culture, the pictures that I have here are all different representations of tiger from different cultures, from different countries. This is what culture is. Cultural differences can be because of religion, of course we know that, language, we know that. It can be because of race, it can be gender, it can be sexual orientation, it can be political leanings, age, society, place of residence. Where do you come from? A person who stays in Ramapuram is very different from a person who stays in Chettimatam. I've seen that, yes. So the place of residence does matter too. There are differences that are brought in because of all these factors. It can be my culture is different from yours just because of age. My culture is different from theirs because of gender. So everything can bring about a cultural change. So how do we now handle this? How do we now manage this? Language, religion, we are working with all these cultural differences, and how do we handle this in our classrooms is what we're talking about. That's why I said intercultural competency is it's a basic literacy skill. And teachers have to teach this as much as anything else. I would say more than anything else, more than subject competence, more than subject delivery of subject. It's also intercultural competency that we should be developing. You know, this awareness that there are cultural differences, what Father Jose was talking about earlier. There is this bringing together of different literatures. How do you appreciate Australian, Caribbean, African literature unless you have an open mind? Yeah? Unless we approach it with an openness, we will never be able to appreciate other literature, never be able to appreciate another. So it is that awareness and intercultural communication skills, knowing how to communicate with another person. So these are two things that I suppose we should be developing in our classrooms, and which is also why we have RRR. Yeah? How many of you watched that and liked it? Honestly, I didn't like it. Yeah? So I would be considered someone who is culturally incompetent. But I mean, I admire it, yes, but I don't think it deserved as much, propaganda as it gave. So you see what a small mind I have, yeah? But this is why movies which are very local, Kantara for instance, it is based on a very small village in another state, in one corner of the country. But then why is it that a Pushpa or a Kantara goes on to become a huge hit across the country? Yeah? So it's no longer that localized variables that matter to us. We're looking at the basic human emotions that work behind all this. So if they talk about compassion, if they talk about tolerance, if they talk about patriotism, like I suppose RRR does. So it is these values that appeal to us, and which is also why these movies and culture that are so localized also have a wider reach, because We talk about bullfights or cockfights, or we talk about idiyappam, but it's also something that is, that can reach out to a larger community that we are trying to highlight. And this is what cultural competency is all about. Of course, don't bother about this, but all I want to say is that the National Education Policy, India, UN, World Economic Forum, a whole lot of people also talk about this, how culture needs to be taught to our students right from, younger days. This is what this is what I've been talking about. And this is a model framework that the World Economic Forum proposes for developing cultural competence. So the idea is that more than foundational, or in addition to foundational literacies and competencies, we also need to develop character qualities. How many of us do that in our classes? How many of us achieve that from our educational institutions? We need to be thinking about bringing in these also into our classes. And what are different stages for that? When you are trying to become culturally competent, the first step, of course, is denial. You miss the difference. There is lack of awareness. You say, I eat puttu with param, okay? I don't know what other people eat it with. I don't care. Somebody says, I eat puttu with mutta curry or kadala curry. I'm not bothered. Excluding things like food. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with food today. I think I missed my breakfast. Okay, maybe that's why. It's always puttu, puttu, puttu. I think they were making puttu at home most probably. I think that's why I'm always bringing in puttu here. But the denial part is that I don't really care if other cultures are different. This is my culture. And this is the only culture. And if they are different, I'm not interested. I don't want to know. So we call Bengalis and everybody else who comes here as a, there is one umbrella term. We say, oh, they are immigrants. Yeah? Or you have someone wearing a short skirt or a bikini and walking around and we say, oh, they are foreigners. So this total umbrella term, and when I was in JNU, when I was in Delhi doing my MA, there were friends who said, oh, you're a Madrasi. Yeah? And I'm like, hello, I'm from Kerala. Kerala, Madras, it's all the same, right? Yeah? So South Indians were all Madrasis. What do we say about North Indians? Punjabis. They're all Punjabis. Roti, you eat roti for dinner. That's like Punjabis. Punjabis, yeah? So that's the first stage of intercultural competency development. Denial that there is no other culture other than ours, and the others are all clubbed together as larger terms. The second one is the second stage. So now we are becoming better. Okay. So once we become more culturally competent, there is the polarization stage where we say us and them. Oh, I eat puttu with param. Yeah, okay. But I know in Ramoram they eat puttu with kadala. So us and them, that kind of. So yeah, but there is this thing. All you go to another country and they say all Indians are submissive. Why? They allow arranged marriage. So because we allow arranged marriage, we are all considered submissive. Or we say Americans, lots of divorce. Okay, they have no family values. Yeah, that's again the us and them contrast. So the polarization is the second stage of developing intercultural competency. But you see how a polarization is better than denial or being dismissive. The third stage is the minimization part, where we say there are differences, but we try to minimize the differences. Yeah. So the biggest example the most impactful example that I can think of from my own life is I was watching a video of a classroom. This was for a teacher training program that I was doing, and I was looking for videos of classrooms. And in one of the classrooms, there is this young boy who wanted to climb onto a table. And what does this young child do? He brings out books from the bookshelf and he places it on the floor and he climbs onto that book and gets onto the table. And this was used by Western teachers as a good example for critical thinking. They said, see how, because he couldn't climb onto the table, he brought out books and he stood on it and got onto the table. For me, it was like, ayo, how can a child be taught to step on a book, right? Don't we do that? Yeah, at least when I was brought up, we were told that you shouldn't be stepping on books, you shouldn't be stepping on letters, because letters and knowledge is like God for us, right? So we are told never to step on books or pages and also so I thought, why can't they teach these children that? You know, so that is minimizing, that my values is what everybody should have. That is minimizing. Minimizing when we say respect for elders. The way we respect our elders is not how another culture would respect its elders. The way we consider hard work is not hard work for another culture. You know, in Japan, they allow their workers to sleep in the afternoon. They are still considered hard workers. In India, if you are working from 8 in the morning to 8 in the night, your boss will say, hey, you are a hard worker. Yeah, that's not the case in Japan. So what I'm saying is in the minimization stage, there is this attempt to bring everybody into our interpretation of culture, which is also not a good thing. But we are slowly getting to the best part, okay? So in minimization, we are trying to minimize differences where we say, the way I interpret values is the best, and that is how everybody should be interpreting values. The fourth one, the acceptance stage, is where we accept that there are changes, but we still don't know what to do with it. So, you know, this typical Malayali thing of, I come out from my house and I am, you know, walking out of the gate, and my neighbor, Miss Philomena, of course, or any other neighbor, Jyoti, or any of my neighbors, looks at me and says, "Evada pova?" Yeah. So, do we do that in English? In English, it's like a good morning, how are you? Yeah. In Malayalam, it's "Evada pova?" And for someone who is a native user of English, they would think, this is so rude, this is so intrusive. Why does this person want to know where I'm going? Yeah, because try saying this to a native speaker of English. You meet your friend or a native user of English on the road and he says, hey, where are you going? That's not what they expect. They expect you to say, hi, how are you? By the time you say, I'm fine, they would have left. That's another thing. Yeah, they don't even wait for an answer. But the Evada pova is a very Malayali thing. So, so in the acceptance part, when somebody asks you Evada pova and you find it very rude, you still accept that, okay, this is that person's way of greeting. But how do you respond to it? We really don't know. Yeah. So this is closest to the adaptation part. The adaptation part is the best part, where you not only know cultural differences, but you also know how to respond to it. So instead of saying, this sounds interesting, you also know, how do I respond to this? What do I say in response to this? That is where we need to reach, and that is cultural awareness, that is intercultural competence, and that's what we should be all trying to reach. Even in one thing that all of us ask is, in a group like this, where all of you speak Malayalam, I hope all of you do speak Malayalam, yes? Where all of you speak Malayalam and everybody is from Kerala and all of us like Putta and we know Putta, yes? So in a group like this, which is so homogeneous, where do we bring in cultural competency? Because there is no heterogeneity here. How do we bring in heterogeneity in a group like this? So how do we teach intercultural competency to a group that is very homogeneous? All you need to do is ask them things like, who do you speak with first when you get up in the morning? Or do you wear makeup? Where do you wear makeup? And what do people say about you wearing makeup? Or the kind of clothes that you wear, do you wear the same kind of clothes to even, to a marriage? You wouldn't want to wear a pair of denim. You wouldn't wear jeans to a marriage. Why would you not do that? Or why do you wear a bit? So you can see that there are changes even, I mean, there are cultural differences even in a seemingly homogeneous community. And this is something that we can bring in here. And in a classroom, I kind of really like this, okay? If you can bring in these three skills: openness, self-reflection, and collaboration. In fact, right from Aristotle, Plato to 21st century education experts, people say that the goal of education is not to get you good jobs or high-paying salaries or to give you a good life or to buy a larger TV or a better house or 3 cars. That's not the goal of education. The goal of education is to develop self-reflection and collaboration. This is something I keep talking about, and I really like this because this is what we should be achieving. This is what we should be doing in our classrooms as well as in other things. And this is again for collaboration. So it's not rote learning, it's not memorizing. You know, the first picture that you see is a wrong picture. We don't open your heads and pour information into it, right? That's not how learning happens. Learning happens when you work together with other people. So that's what I meant by collaboration and self-reflection, and that is what we should be doing. And this is why the MGIP, this is the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Peace, and UNESCO call it the hidden curriculum. It's not the syllabus that's important. It's not the curriculum that's important. The hidden curriculum is that we need to make our children more culturally competent. We need to make them collaborative workers, and we need to make them self-reflective individuals. And that's why it's called the hidden curriculum. And that's what brings us to the end of this talk, where we don't stop with, oh, East is East and West is West and never the twain shall meet. Go on to read the rest of it, where they say, when, culture, caste, religion, nothing matters. When two strong men stand and face each other, and even though they come from two ends of the earth, if two strong people, human beings, who are strong, who are culturally competent, who have tolerance, sympathy, and other values that we uphold. When two strong, culturally competent people stand together, all differences melt. Everything else moves to oblivion. Differences don't matter. Your religion, your language, your caste, nothing matters if you're tolerant and sympathetic and compassionate and flexible. And this is what cultural competency brings for you. So, if you, those of you who know the poem would remember that there is this British colonel's son and a tribal chief, an Afghan tribal chief, people who come from two different parts of the world, but who end up becoming friends. Why? Because they see the value in the other. They see compassion, they see flexibility, they see openness, and they reflect on this, and they become friends at the end of it. And I think this is why, the seminar is a very good, input for all of you, because it talks about the anxiety of convergence. And anxiety, of course, has two meanings, right? One is, I'm anxious, like before the talk, I was so worried and scared and anxious. I'm apprehensive, I'm scared. There is also, another meaning for the word anxious. You are eager. I'm anxious to meet that person. I'm anxious to, put is what came to my mind. I'm trying to look for another example. I'm anxious to go around and see the college, because it's quite some time since I left the place. So there is eagerness, there is apprehensiveness. There is both eagerness and apprehensiveness coming in for convergence. And that is precisely what we are able to address if we bring in intercultural competency into our classrooms. And that's the end of it. Thank you very much for being patient listeners. I'm open for questions. Questions, clarifications, brickbats, comments, suggestions, yeah, anything. Thank you.
Those who would like to ask questions may come forward. Or those who want to present with the feedback may come forward.
Now, I welcome Anjali M. of 2nd EC English for the vote of thanks.
Good morning to one and all gathered here. We were lucky enough to have a mistress, Dr. Kshema Jose, who handled the first session of our national seminar on the topic, It Takes a Village to Raise a Child, addressing the local village through transformative classrooms. The session was interesting as well as informative. The points discussed, like the qualities that we need to understand anxiety of convergence. The participation of a whole village is there in bringing up a child, a changing ecology of village, Gen Z, changing ways of globalization, etc. were very interesting. I deem it a privilege to express my gratitude on behalf of our department and our college to the resource person, Dr. Kshema Jose, for spending her valuable time with us. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank all of you for your keen attention and active participation throughout the session. Thank you all. Once again, thank you and have a great day ahead.
Next up is a tea break for 10 minutes.
Tea and snacks are arranged at the counter. Everyone may enjoy. Thank you.
to welcome the resource person.
Good morning to all. A warm welcome to all those who are present here. Postgraduate English Department of Alphonsa College, in collaboration with School of Letters, has organized the seminar, Anxiety of Convergence, the Meaning of Indianness. The task vested on me is to welcome our resource person, Dr. Sini Jose. I feel proud that Sini ma'am completed her bachelor degree in English from our Alphonsa College, Pala. She got her master's from St. Thomas College and proceeded to do her MPhil from School of Letters. Dr. Sini Jose did her PhD from Kannur University under the guidance of renowned Oscar scholar Dr. Kunju Muhammad. Now, she's an assistant professor in Government College, Kasaragod, and specializes in spatial theory. We are so lucky to be graced by your presence, ma'am. On behalf of Alphonsa College and English Department, I warmly welcome Dr. Sini Jose to this seminar.
Hello, good morning everybody. So the audience seems to be very small, thank God. Right. So let me introduce myself as an Alphonsian. So wherever I go, I keep this address of Alphonsa as a very proud label. And I'm really lucky to have my alumnus here. Then I have completed my degree from Alphonsa College, Pala in the year 2003. So exactly 20 years back, I have done my degree here. And I was so excited to come back to this place because once when I was part of this college, I happened to see that many of the guests invited to this institution at that time had been alumni of this college. And sitting in the last row of auditorium once, I thought that what will happen if once I may be invited to this college and if I would come back. So what will be the, state of my mind at that time. I remember one day like that. And now I think God has blessed me to come back to this great institution once, thank God. Then about, as Josachan had said in the beginning, I was very active in this college, had a lot of friends from maths, economics, zoology, then chemistry. So I happened to visit all those places, I wander all those places without missing any class because I was from Adivaram, so it is far away. And first bus was about 7 o'clock. I used to reach here about 8:10 and I wander here in this campus, then start to attend the class, and I would leave this college only after 5 because I would get the bus only at 5. So what I say is that I was so much familiar with this college, but coming after many years, I see a lot of changes had happened in this college. When I was invited to this thing, I just hope that, okay, my Miss Flower, my class teacher may be here, Miss Anu will be here, Miss Annie will be here, and also Miss Ali would be there, Sister Rosaline would be here. So I expected all these familiar, Sister Celine will be here, Miss Kunyanama will be here, so, and also my friends will be here, even though I know that all of them might have gone to some other places. So with these expectations, having such an imagined geography in my mind, with such a kind of imagined community, with such a desire to see all of them, I come here, but I see that the place has totally changed now. And this is the exactly same thing that we want to talk in this session. With seeking the blessing of all my great teachers and the love of all my friends, let me start my presentation. This is exactly what I want to say, spatial mapping in literature, very much about places and spaces. So, I don't know how much of you are familiar with this thing, even though we live in place and we have a lot of, spatial thinking in our everyday life. So the theoretical aspect of space, we may not be much familiar as degree or PG students. So I hope that this presentation will be fruitful to you. So this is about spatial theory in literature. Okay, let's start our presentation. So the great sayings regarding place, it comes from Michel Foucault and Jameson. We see that Michel Foucault, who had announced this spatial turn in literature. So this, he said that in 1975, he said like that the present epoch is going to be the time of space. So a lot of history is to be still written about places, though he spoke about places, he wrote a lot about places. You know that how he had wrote a lot about discipline and punishment, sexuality and body, geopolitics, biopolitics. So the great statements come from Foucault. And also we have Jameson, who had announced this arrival of spatial theory by say that we live in a culture that means very much spatial. Okay, we go to see the next one. So coming to the relevance of the study, we can see that why should we think about place at this time? This is mainly because of that we live in a world of spatial struggles, spatial movements, spatial discussions and spatial resistance. So the real life and also something that happened in academics right now, cultural studies and literature that have a primarily spatial orientation. So that is why we are going to have this discussion now. Thinking about the academics, about the theoretical aspect, we can see that almost all these areas of cultural study, like geography, that place is normally treated as an area of geography, but the cultural aspect of geography is one special part of that geography, that is cultural geography. Then post-colonial studies, as we said that colonialism has been geographical violence. So post-colonial studies, all discussions on that, gender studies, transgender, feminist issues, body-related discussions, environmental studies, all kinds of ecological aspects related to nature, studies on globalization, how people have diasporic experiences of living in place, and also these cultural studies in general may have, we can say that there is a spatial orientation. To the next. And if any of you are going for your basic reading, I am just introducing the major philosophers, both from geography and from cultural theory, who wrote and spoke a lot about, this spatial angle. You saw Edward Said. I think you are familiar with that because of that Orientalism, cultural and imperialism. I think you are familiar. Then Foucault, as we have already said. Michel de Certeau, with his practices of everyday. Deleuze and Guattari, Jameson, Manuel Castells, who spoke a lot about space of laws and all. Then from geography, Soja, Lefebvre, Harvey, Gregory Masse, Grosso Appadure and Niels Smith. Only Arjun Appadure is from India, speaking about this geographical angle. So, spatial studies, this is discussed a lot in cultural theory, is even over exhausted right now, I think. And what I want to make my presentation all about is exactly introducing you to the theoretical framework of spatial theory. So as part of that, what we know that is the very nature of places, definition of place. All of you may be familiar with such kind of places, but we start with that. Then analysis of place. So there are different ways by which we can study places are introduced in this part. And also we have some activities to do, exercises, whereby we can read places, read geography, right. So, even before starting place, which place or what place? So, normally we think place as an abstract concept. We don't know what kind of place. So, I think this even start with, different little locales, special turn towards locales at micro scale, as Edward Soja, a famous geographer, had said. So there is a spatial turn. There's a spatial turn towards geographies at a micro level. So it need not be nation, it need not be global discussions, but rather we are thinking about very micro narratives of place, including urban places, street spaces, office spaces, your classroom spaces, closet spaces, body spaces, and also the cultural spaces, very much cultural places, very much fluid places like night space, festival space, border space, mobile space, liminal space, and also as Shema Mada had right now introduced this theory, that virtual space or digital space. So these are some of the spatial scales that we are thinking about when we come to this spatial theory. So all these places, whatever theory now we are going to see, whatever statements we are going to make about places are very much true about all these places. It may be body space, urban space, street space, or liminal space. Okay. Now we start with discussion of place. So normally any place at any scale, we see that place is a material and cultural artifact. So in traditional theory, it was supposed that it had a two-dimensional nature, having a material nature and a mental nature, or material and cultural aspect. And places of all type, we see that they are produced out of social activities, cultural activities, economic power relations, and also something from cultural geography that we say that trace formation. So whatever happens, leave certain traces or remainings on culture. So the remnants of cultural life on landscape. After a seminar, we can see that some of the papers will be here. Some of the carvings may be there in your, benches or desks. So this is a kind of trace. So any trace, almost all cultural activities leave certain traces, material or immaterial traces on landscape that they say as trace formation. So these trace chains also become a matter that affect the production of places. Next slide. So thinking about the nature of places, now we consider these four aspects: heterogeneous nature, multidimensional nature, political nature, and relational nature of places. So one after another, I will explain. First, next slide. So why place is having a kind of heterogeneous nature? The thing is that it is simultaneously a product, a process, and a force. Why place is a product? Place is produced out of social relations, economic interactions, and all such cultural activities. So it is not something there as a natural thing, but it is a product. At the same time, it is a process in that it is an open-ended thing. Places are in the process of making. I said that I studied in this college many years back, and even then, coming back to this place, I could not recognize Alphonsa as I thought. So the office place is shifted from that side to this side. The English department, maybe they're in the same place, but the passages in between roads, everything had got changed. So places are always in the process of making and developing and all. So places are open-ended. It is a very much dynamic thing. It is always in the process of making. Next thing is that it is also a force. We cannot think that this is something static, something deadly and all, but rather this is a force. That's why we say, I am an Indian. Because India, the landscape, the national, space that had made our identity somehow. Or you say that you are Christian or you are Hindu. Why? Christian religious space has made you, that person in you. Or you say, I am a Mumbaikar or a Keralite. Why? The place has made us like that. Or you say that I am a domestic wife, I am a college professor. How can you define yourself like that? Because the places they can act as a force that can define your identity, define your personality, define even your body. So we are coming to that. Next aspect of places is that they are multidimensional. Multidimensional in the sense that more than dialectics, there is a trialectics that open in any space. So places are three-dimensional in nature. It is something like a cumulative thing, a kind of, matrix. And the theory that brought forward in this case by two geographers, Lefebvre and Edward Soja. So for Lefebvre, as he sees, place has these three dimensions: conceived space, perceived space, and lived space. Conceived space is the place as it is planned by the designers of landscape, like an architect or an engineer or an urban planner. Somehow he had planned this place with a conceived place. Perceived place, the common people often follow the same routes. This is a road, so we move through that road. This is a railway station, so we have a kind of visit to railway station expecting certain things. So we perceive that urban planners, spatial designing and all, so that is perceived angle of space. But the lived space, that is quite different, where we human agents how we use space in our daily life, how we have our own cultural practices in place, that is actually the lived space. Think that, for example, you may sometimes go to a railway station, and there's, what is the perceived angle and the conceived angle of a railway station. But what happens in real life, it is not only that you are visiting a railway station for a journey, but rather sometimes you may sleep there for some time. So it is your bed, it is a sleeping place. Sometimes you may play cards there. So this is your, entertainment place. Sometimes you may talk gossips there. So that is a kind of cultural interaction. So the lived space is also an aspect of place, and any place is a cumulative thing of all these different places. A similar concept is introduced by Edward Soja. Slight difference only is there. Rather, he said it is first space, second space, and third space. First space is the material, concrete aspect of any place. Second space is the conceived place in Lefebvre, that, the institutional meanings that we add to any place. For example, this college is an architectural, a concrete building, you say. This is not nature, it is a concrete building. That is the first space. Second space is that this is an educational building. Okay. So that is the second meaning attached to that. It is a domestic space or an religious place or an educational place. No, that is the second space. Third space, the same lived space that you had already seen. The real things that happen in place. The real cultural activities that may happen there. Go to the next slide. So there is an example. The example of first space, second space, and third space. Conceived, perceived, and lived space that you can see here. The first picture, that what you see here, it's a railway line. So how urban designers or the architects or engineers might have designed this place in this way, the conceived place. And you know that a train is going on in that direction. So this is how people are perceiving. Normally people are taking these notions for granted and we are moving in that direction. So this is the second space meaning. No, already conceived place is there. We are perceiving these spatial divisions and distributions. We are following that pattern, second space. But in the next picture, what you see is that the lived space. See, people who are thrown out of these kinds of spatial planning, they may use these places for different purposes. The waste, they don't have any other place to deposit their waste, so they are simply throwing it away. They don't have a place to sit and relax, so they are sitting in these railway lines and enjoying their daytime. It is their family place, domestic place, because a mother is sitting with their child. A social space, a neighborhood. Different families had gathered there. Business activities are going on there. So even though it is a conceived place as a railway line, this is really used by people for different purposes. It can be also used in many other ways. So this is the third angle, third dimension of place. That is how the way by which we can think about this three-dimensional speciality as we see in Soja and Lefebvre. Going to the next nature of places is that places are very much political. So any place that you think about, any kind of place, body place or state place or closet place or any other place, that is very much power related, power embedded. So this theory you can see in Foucault and said. Later expansions also are there, but who had introduced this theory, it is Foucault. It is a kind of triad, power, knowledge and place. I hope that if you have any knowledge about Foucault's theories, he is very much concerned about this dialectics of power, place and knowledge relation. All these things may go together and operate together. See, power generates certain knowledge about place and place becomes a way whereby power can operate. So power relations are operated through landscape or geographies. And knowledge is the tool, the weapon that help power to design places and to enact power performances. Slight differences are there in Said and Foucault. Edward Said spoke power, place, knowledge relationship with special connection to colonialism. how colonialism had been a kind of geographical violence, how there had been imagined geographies circulated at the time of colonialism. You know that how knowledge about places had been created, distributed, and even textualized at the time of colonialism. So colonialism had used places to materialize its power relations. When we come to Foucault, he wrote a lot about, this class may not be enough to speak about Foucault's discussions on place and power. He spoke a lot about material places, institutionalized places, cultural places, heterotopias, body politics like biopolitics, geopolitics, and governmentality. So Foucault also wrote a lot about place-power-knowledge relationship. Coming to the real life, how places are political. Any place, it is politically planned. Even we think about this classroom where we sit, see the spatial arrangement, how the people are distributed. The spatial arrangements is like that. It is assumed that somebody who had a superior knowledge is assumed to be here, somebody who is inferior may be there. Or it is also a thing like that. It's not like that, but I say that, see, we cannot display our behavior as we like, because all of you are directed, you are arranged like that. Your spatial arrangements are already fixed. What you come is that, what you are going to do is that you are just coming to the room, occupy certain seats, it's already arranged there. So there is a kind of political power embedded in any landscape. Any landscape. Exact example, if you go to an urban place, the zoning methods, the division of land, urban planning, museums, monuments, any place and any place. Any place I say. Any special scale, at any special, place at any special scale, we can read closely and we can see how any place is a center of production of knowledge, organization of knowledge, and regulation and representation of knowledge or power relations. There are many examples. I said that, see, urban geography especially, normally planners and leaders want to keep the poor people away from the main areas. So how they do that? They want to exclude the poor people from the central places. So urban designers, design the place like that. Certain areas are kept like the natural geography or a museum or a monument, so that it becomes, it's in the name of preserving history, in the name of protecting environment, we often keep landscape in a particular way, so that the poor people or the ordinary people are kept away from this landscape. So spatial planning is very much political. So because of the time limit, now I have to move to the next slide. Very interesting, the next stage, relational nature of places. So here two things. One is, place is, something like a construct created out of heterogeneous blocks of space-times. The other thing is that place act like a network of relations and connections. First thing is that space-time. Okay, what is the nature of Pala? How will you define Pala town? You say that it is full of people, there are many shops, it is like this and that. But if you come to Palai the very morning, if you think that it is full of people, at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, Pala, the city space may have a special nature. But in the evening, it will be quite different. The night again, it is going to be different. If there is a protest or strike, if it is a time of Kurishivalli festival, you think Pala is the same? No. Any place stand in connection with a time. Okay? So space-times. When you connect all this, when you connect and collect all these space-times together, then only you can make a picture of this Palai or any place. Okay? So this is the concept of space-time. This is a kind of oversimplification, but I'm following that. I said that the Alphonsa, when I studied, it was totally different from the time you study here. Space-times are good different. Even the Alphonsa is same. Then it is that place is a kind of network. A lot of relations and connections go on. How? See, China, COVID happened in China. And suddenly some of you in your home a lost job in Gulf country. See, something that happened in China can even affect your domestic space, your economic space. Your even if you are COVID affected, you can see that. Something that happened elsewhere can change the nature of your religious places, your town places, your domestic places, your economic visits, everything is totally affected by that. And so, place is something like a network of relations and connection. And a related theory is that place is something like a space of flows, as Manuel Castells puts it. How? We think that we are in Palais, so everything in Palais is totally related to Palais. Think about, the Trends Hall. I think the Trends textile shop, Agio Trends shop. See how Trends in Palais is very much similar, not with Aishwarya or Edapparambil textiles. It is not like that. Even though all these textile shops are in Palais, Trends is not similar with Aishwarya or any other, Pulimutil or something like that here in Palais or Kottayam. But any Trends shop in India, in Calcutta or in Mangalore, in Kasaragod or in Palais, the special arrangements, the distribution of identities, the uniforms, the color codes that they have, special arrangements and speciality of a trend shop in Palais is not immediately similar to something that is located just near to that, but to many other things all over the country. So this is a space of flows. In that similarity, capitalism operates. So there is a space of flows. Okay. So this is exactly what we say, the network of relations and all. So this is the way by which all places are connected and, this rhizomatic operation in Deleuze. Place is a network of linkages, the major forces that operate and also the micro level places. See, I said that COVID, if it happens in China, it's a large nation, but a domestic place, even your body space, if you are COVID affected, you can see how something happened elsewhere even makes changes in your body. It is not only about COVID, about riots that happen in the world, about the political discussions, even the global discussions. The meet of our Prime Minister with the American President can bring about a change in your daily life. You know how COVID lockdown had forced all of us to stay in our home. See, a meeting might have been arranged by our Prime Minister is going to make your special experience also a different one. So all the special occurrences are connected, all the places at macro level and micro level, global and local, everything is connected. Okay. So as places are that much heterogeneous, that much fluid, that much shifting, we see that perception of place, living in place is really a complicated thing. So how will you see places? How will you experience place? It is totally, relative. Think, I am an Indian, if you are an American, your experience of this college will be totally different from my experience. So your gender position, your racial position, your class position can be a deciding factor in deciding your spatial experiences. And also, how will you perceive city also is quite different. How will you experience city? How will you perceive the city is also going to be very different. Let us see a demonstration here. See, maybe Palai or Kottayam or Ernakulam, see, or Delhi or any other place. This is the official map of the city in the first picture. It's very interesting. See, museums, gateways, maybe Parliament Hall or, hospitals, houses, zoos, everything are there. But how an individual perceives this same place, even though you are living in Delhi, for example, see, your mental map is quite different from the official urban map. So how will you perceive the place? So for you, what is important is your house, your religious place and your office and also some other visits that you occasionally made to a hospital or to a friend's house and all. So the mental map that we all follow in our daily life is quite different from the official urban map. So each and every one of us may have a different mental map of Alphonsa or Palai or Kottayam or Kerala. So when we collect and connect all these mental maps, we can do that what we come across is a haunted geography. You think about geography, you cannot fix it into a fixed same model, but rather it's a very complicated thing. Each of us are living in the same place very, very differently. Okay. Now, if places are like that, how can we read places? How can we read places? We are going to learn places, we are going to interpret places just like we read literature, stories, tales, poems. How will you see that? The same way we can analyze places. We say that places are text, very much characterized by textuality and intertextuality. So, some of you may not agree, place is not a text, there is not page. But it is like that, place is a system of communication. It has a lot of cultural meanings and signs. It's a system of signs. And any such a sign, you know that, for example, if there is a museum or a monument in your town, it is supposed to give a kind of meaning to that place. In Mamanam, I think they are planning to build up a biblical museum immediately. So it is going to change the nature of that place. Barnanganam, many years back, it was only an ordinary place. For example, 200 years back, Barnanganam was like any other small town or, place. But it is not like that. Alphonsa and her religious life had changed the nature of that geography. So how I say that? Body, home, city, nation, all these texts are interrelated. Anything that happens in one place can immediately bring its changes in other places. So I say that, for example, home, city, nation, body relationship, all of them are different places, they are system of communication codes, but how they are interrelated. I said COVID happened in a body. It was a biological phenomena. But see, even your cultural life in your own home, domestic space has got changed at the time of COVID. See, at the time of COVID lockdown, almost all religious institutions were closed. And now our religious leaders started to think about an alternative. And they distributed these holy communions and spiritual prayers and all through phones. And I happen to see how my mother, even when she is cooking in the kitchen space, she is opening her phone and attending the religious ceremony. So something that happened in a biological body in China resulted finally in changing my kitchen space as a domestic space, as a religious space. See how the changes that is brought about by these kinds of biological interventions. So all these texts, all these places are somehow connected. Now we are coming to the reading practices like spatial text. Like any text written with pencils, pens, having a lot of geographical discussions, historical discussions, intertextual connections. So places like that. See, this place or any other place also is a text. Like that we write and read text, we can also read this place. See, there are system of codes. Obviously, there are certain instructions run, maybe put by governmental systems there, urban planners or municipality or panchayat, they are giving certain instructions. You see how there are buildings in a particular shape. You see, there is a pathway. There are specific meaning. Those who had planned this wanted to decide and restrict the movement of people only through this pathway. But what happened actually, see? You see that people, because of their subaltern appropriations and spatial changes, they had came to this place, they had crossed the border, and they are using this environmental place or lawns or gardens for their daily activities. They are gathering there and all. You even with a simple picture, you can get a lot of meaning. If it is, when in our degree classes, Kunjanama teacher used to, divide us into different groups and gave us a type of poem for discussion. So each group will come with very, very different types of, meanings, explanations and interpretations. The same way I think that if we have enough time, all of us may be divided into different groups and you will be asked to read this urban picture and urban text, and I am sure that you will come with excellent and different interpretations, but we don't have enough time, so I am only giving my interpretation. Okay, now, ready? Let us read landscapes. Read landscapes. See. Human presences are very limited. How will you read and interpret this landscape? Anybody? If it is a text, what are the cultural meanings coded in that landscape? What are the historical meanings? Any theory that we have said, textuality, intertextuality, heterogeneity, multidimensional nature, political nature, everything that we can explain in connection with even simple picture. See, there is a national flag, obviously announcing that this is an Indian nationalist space. There is also another flag, obviously speaking about one dominant religion that rules over this city space. There is also, you can see, there is a picture. I don't know whether you can see that. Capitalism is announcing its arrival there. That's a kind of advertisement. A particular body, a male body, an able-bodied body, an abled person, I said. How a white, male, able body, displaying his body and speaking about a particular type of dress as an ideal one. So capitalism also make its codings in the city. So technological connections, okay, a lot of lines and all, and how also, see, the street is now emptied, it is not crowded. Why? I don't know, but sometimes a religious riot, or it may be a picture taken at the time of COVID lockdown. So government had made its political power on that place by removing all these people or restricted all people in making their appearance here. So why people are absent here? So even this simple picture we can see, read like a text. Another place, the heterogeneity of urban place, full of people. We can see how it was something like a, in a suburban area with a lot of roads and all. But how people use it, see, a lot of people are making their dance performance here. Today it is a dance performance, tomorrow it may be a cricket performance. And the next day it may be a religious gathering. See, a roadside place, but it is not simply lived space is quite different. It's a dance festival now. And people who are having their business places, see, these makeshift buildings are business places. It is a public street, public road, but now it is a marketplace also. And so you see also the people who are gathered there as families, it's a family space for them. They are having, many other cultural activities, but it may be taken at 4 o'clock in the evening. Imagine, you think that 5 o'clock in the morning in the same day, if this picture might have been the same, if there is any possibility that at 12 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, if the place is the same, no possibility. So places are very much varied. It is a business place, it is a cultural space, it is a domestic space, it is a mobile space. You see, now we are also living in the time of mobile space, that Bharat Jodo Yatra, Unite India movement, march. Rahul Gandhi had led that, he had completed. How? He wanted to make all these Indian urban places and rural places, village places as a political places. He wanted to convert these ordinary living places to political places. So even that mobile places are very much powerful if you think about the heterogeneity of urban places. Certain obvious symbols I have selected here, how places are culturally and politically coded. See, only one cross is there, a particular type of cross, not used by all Christians, but certain sects of Christians use this cross. There is only one cross. Christianity may be a dominant force here in this place. But we come to the next picture, we can see that alternative pictures announcing the presence of different religious groups are there. Even though we don't know, even though we don't see any people there, we can see that obviously this is a multi-religious place. At the same time, there is a writing. That writing said maybe a secular one. People also who don't believe in religious philosophies and also may live there. They had their own markings on the place. And everything is written in a fence. Fence is a kind of territory. So somebody wants to stop people there. But still you can see that this place, this complicated place is overwritten by different religions and secular groups. So cultural codings are very active on place. Again, the political nature of places, how places are made as conflict zones and contested sites. See, normally it is supposed to be an open road. But if it is an open road now, no. Police, message, something that is exhibited there, something that is arranged there, so as to restrict the movement, the free movement of the people there. So that we can see that any and every place is under constant surveillance of police or governmental authorities. So they can stop people there. But see, some of them are intruding into this place. They are breaking the boundaries. They are breaking these kinds of territories and things. Go. Another contested place, an urban monument. Even ordinary people may be actively engaged in changing the nature of place by using their physical power. They are destroying a monument, an iconic picture. Just like we have read urban places, we can also read body spaces. Body is also a text. As Adrina Rich put, body is the closest geography, intimate geography. How will you read body text? Picture A, picture B. What you see is that, what is that? A process of shaving head or hair cutting. A man and a woman. Do you think that both these are same? Same special practice, same special event is going on there. But if you think that both A and B are same, think about their facial expression. See, here one man, after his religious performance, visiting, Hajj, he is shaving his head. After completing a successful spiritual process, he is removing his head. This is only removing his hair. So this is only a temporary occurrence. It is not going to be a permanent thing. So he is very happy. It is a voluntary selection. It is practice spirituality. But what we are going to see in the next picture, totally different. A Hindu woman, a widow, who may be forced by cultural factors to remove her hair after the death of her husband. And it is going to be permanent. See, the same special act, but how it makes its cultural coding on male body and female body in one religion or other religion. So what happens in body spaces, body also is subjected to these types of cultural codings and cultural recordings and cultural writings and cultural rewriting. So body is the intimate geography that is subjected to most intimate, most violent types of power writing, political writing. Okay. So A is not equal to B. Coming to almost the last picture. See, two interesting pictures of a woman and a man. You think that they are building bodies. Huh? See, the special type of ornament that she wears here around her neck, and also the special types of rings she has in her hand. Do you know why? She's actually going to change the very constitution of body. We think that body is very much natural. No, it is very much cultural. Like any other places in making, body is also a cultural construct. It is constituted. See, this special weapon is designed to lengthen her neck and also to give her a special type of, shape. So body, a female body in cultural makeup or cultural constitution process. And the next picture, what do you see here? A man is trying to strengthen his muscle. Again, body is going to be culturally constructed. So what we are coming across, like anything that we manufacture in a factory, we are manufacturing our bodies in our daily life, right? So how? With these things in our mind, we are going to read our literary text, a poem or a novel or a fiction, drama, anything, or a cinema or fashion thing or advertisement. With these things, we see, we are going to read, we are going to open our literary text, we are going to do a kind of mapping of literature. How? By changing our concepts of place, thinking about place in a fixed way. No, it is very much places. It is not only one place, it is not a novel about India. Your topic is our anxiety of convergence, thinking about the notion of Indianness. Not only India, moving to plurality of places, multiplicity of places, heterogeneity of places, overlaid nature of places. We are moving from the singular, capital lettered, dominant homogeneous place, rather we are moving to plurality of places, shifting places, places in making. Finally reaching the time when any place at any scale, constantly, forever, it is in the process of making and changing. So it is a shift from noun to verb. It is not place, but rather it is placing, spacing, welding, This process in cultural theory, it is known as welding. Weld is always in the process of makeup. Nation is actually nationalizing, place is spacing. So with these viewpoints, you can go back to your literature. Okay? Right? I think this was the time allotted to me. I hope that at least somehow I could contribute to this seminar. But I know that all of you have a lot to say if the mic and time is given to you. I hope that even though we don't have that much time here for discussion, now I invite the audience to join with their ideas, arguments, questions, and opinions. Now it's your time to speak. Any doubts on any concept or anything that you want to add? Any kind of review or feedback? Anything? Miss Ali is sitting here. I remember how Miss taught us Seaside Village. So it was a novel, a beautiful novel Miss used to. She was very sincere and very simple. And she read from the beginning. And we all visited literary geography of a seaside village while we were studying in second BA classes. Whenever we see the timetable with Miss Ali, suddenly I said, oh, all right, good. Thank God, today we have Miss Ali, so totally a period where we can relax a lot. We can take a tale of seaside village, how people have, poverty and all, how they live there. So literary geographies that she had drawn in our mind, still it is there with all its green colors. And okay, if you want to say anything about this place and places. My best friend also had come to this seminar. She's working in St. Thomas College, Ballet, food science. Food also is a kind of place, That is why we have choruna. Choruna. It is not simply a simple act, but rather it is not simply like you are giving food and you are making the baby to be very healthy and all. It is not like that. You are rather introducing the baby to a separate type of religious gathering and all. So, any discussion? Nothing. Okay, then I thank all the teachers who had arranged this program. It's really a wonderful group of teachers at present work here in this department, I know. And Joseph Chen also, even though he was not my teacher here, I happened to meet him outside his college. He was our parish priest for a very short period. At that time, he used to inspire us by saying that, okay, you are studying well, but rather you should look for UGC NET. At that time, UGC was conducting NET exams, so you should become a college lecturer. It was Sachin who gave me that kind of inspiration, but it was Alphonsa College who gave me that kind of academic makeup. So anything and everything that I am now in my academic knowledge and professional knowledge, the real foundations was laid in Alphonsa. And I also thank my teachers in St. Thomas College who instilled me a real curiosity to learn more. I thank all my teachers, my parents, and my dear ones, my friends, all those who had assembled here to listen to my presentation all this time. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I invite Anna Joseph of Secondary English to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon all. For last 1 hour, we were listening to a thought-provoking session on spatial mapping in literature, the emerging trend. This session was led by Dr. Seni Jose, the Assistant Professor in Department of English, Government College, Kasaragod. I take this opportunity to expressing my sincere gratitude to you, ma'am, on behalf of English Department of Alphonsa College, Pala, for your illuminative and elucidative session. Thank you all the participants for attending this class, and I hope this session was fruitful for all of you. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
Let's begin the third session. The next session is led by Rajesh V. Nair. I invite Amrejus Keeler to welcome the resource person.
A warm good afternoon to all. The German author renowned Lamin says, writing is both an act of memory and a new interpretation by which every new text is etched into memory space. Memory studies is an emerging literary theory that thinks about past events. Memory is the past made present and is a contemporary phenomenon, while concern with the past happens in the present. Yes, we have a distinguished scholar, Dr. Rajesh B. Nair, to lead the discussion on memory studies. Dr. Rajesh B. Nair graduated from St. Thomas College, Pala. He did his post-graduation from Central University, Hyderabad, and completed PhD at MG University. Indian literature is his main stream of specialization. At present, he is working as assistant professor at School of Letters. With immense pleasure and honor, I welcome Rajesh sir to this national seminar, Anxiety of Convergence, the Meaning of Indianness, and to lead the session on Memory Studies, Theories, Contexts, and Debates. Welcome, sir.
So good afternoon, all of you. I hope I am audible, right? As I stand here, in my mind there is anxiety. Anxiety, the first term of the conference, national seminar. My anxiety is mainly regarding the time. My anxiety is regarding the time of my presentation. This is the time where memory fails, particularly in the afternoon. I'm really happy. I'm really happy to come back to this college maybe after 3 years. I remember coming here just before COVID. So this is my second visit to this college. I'm really excited, in fact, to make a presentation, a very brief presentation regarding memory studies. So memory studies is indeed a very promising field. I have been doing research in this field for the past 8 to 10 years. I have done some projects in this field, including a project on graffiti. I did a project on graphic novel and memory. I did another project on a myth in Kochi regarding memory studies, connecting that topic with the memory studies. So I have fairly some experience in this field. This is a highly exciting field. So I continue to I continue my studies, my research in this field. At the very outset, let me make it very clear. I'm very conscious of the fact that there is a paper presentation session after my session. So I shall limit my presentation within the time limit. I shall try my level best to limit my presentation within the given time, stipulated time. So this is a roadmap for my presentation. I would like to begin with a very brief introduction. Then after that, I shall explore the history of memory studies, the 3 phases of memory studies, the early phase, middle phase, and the contemporary phase. after that, I shall introduce some theories regarding memory studies. Who are the important theories of memory studies like that? After that session, I shall be briefly, very briefly, if time permits, I shall very briefly touch upon recent research topics within memory studies. And obviously, finally, I shall conclude with a few observations. So approximately 5 or 6 sections of my presentation. So let me begin. When I make a presentation in Alphonsa College, Pala, I think it is appropriate to begin with Saint Alphonsa. Right. I happen to read so many biographies of Saint Alphonsa. So my point is how Alphonsa, the subject, Alphonsa, the subject, is represented through different narratives. Could be through biographies, could be through museums, could be through experiences shared by those who are close to Saint Alphonsa. It could also be through visuals, photos, and other narratives. So my point is simply this: memories of Saint Alphonsa, they are represented through various narratives. Okay, most of you have visited the museum, where her mortal remains are kept. So from Annakutti to Sister Alphonsa to Saint Alphonsa, the transition, the biographies of, different biographies are available. So the different biographies of Saint Alphonsa touch upon the 3 stages. Right. So what exactly is memory? What exactly is memory? What is memory studies? And what is the importance of memory studies? Who are the important theories of memory studies? What are the different stages? What are the different stages of memory studies? What are the important research areas within memory studies? So these are the broad open questions. Then one more question. Is there any possibility of Indian memory studies? Okay, so these are the questions. So I shall try to answer these questions one by one, right? So let me begin with the term memory. So memory, orma, memory, orma. So memory is all about remembrance. We remember the past. We look back. We look back to the past. We try to remember the past experiences, right? So memory happens after an event within course. We try to remember things after an event. So while I was about to reach this college, I happened to look at my old college, St. Thomas College, where I spent my degree days. So many memories crowded my mind. And there was a hotel just opposite that college, National Hotel, right? National Hotel. Now the name is changed, right? So memories come to our mind after an event. And obviously, when we try to recount the past experiences, when we try to remember the past, we give interpretation to the past. It is our reading. It is our reading about the past. So our readings, our interpretations are subjective. That's the first important point regarding this. So our recollections of the past, they are always subjective. We have a politics. We have a politics. We try to remember certain things. We try to forget certain things. So, what all things which happened in the past which appealed to our mind, what all things we enjoyed in the past, obviously come to our mind first. And we try to hush up. We try to hush up certain unpleasant incidents. So, remembrance has a politics. That's very important, right? So, memory is all about remembrance. Secondly, memory is all about constructing identity. We become what we experienced in the past. We are the byproducts of past experiences, the people with whom we interacted with, right? The experiences which we gathered over years, we are the byproducts. So, recollection has a politics, and recollection is closely connected with identity formation. So, memory and identity, therefore, they are closely connected, right? And no wonder, there's a famous theorist of memory studies, Pierre Nora. So, Pierre Nora made a statement about this century. The age of commemoration. Awares is an age of commemoration. We live in a period where we are very much interested in anniversaries. We are very much interested in anniversaries. We are very much interested in commemorating the past. We pay homage to our parents, grandparents who are no more. We remember our friends who are no more. So, ours is an age of commemoration, according to Pierre Nora. So, thirdly, memory is closely connected with the textuality. Memory is represented, which I have already pointed out, memory is represented through different narratives. Memory is represented through different narratives means texts. Memories are narrated through different texts, mainly through two texts. One, literary text. Through writing, memories are narrated through writings. That's why we have autobiography of Gandhi, My Experiments with Truth. Memories are narrated through visual forms, literary forms, non-literary forms. Under non-literary forms, one, visuals. Think about Richard Attenborough's film Gandhi. Think about some documentaries. There are some documentaries. We can see some documentaries about some great artists. Okay, memories are narrated through visuals. Biopics, for example, biopics. Thirdly, memories are also narrated through material forms. Objects. Memories are narrated through objects. That's why I mentioned about the mortal remains of Saint Alphonsa, which are kept there in the museum. Right. Another example is Gandhi statues. Think about statues. Statues narrate a past about a person. Think about Gandhi's statues. Statues, they are also constructions of memory. They are narratives of memory. Incidentally, I did another project on statues, connecting statues with memory. So Gandhi statues, when we look at the statue of Gandhi, not casually, seriously, we are reminded of Gandhi's contributions to India's freedom struggle. Okay. So we pay homage to Gandhi. We remember Gandhi. So a set of narratives spontaneously come to our mind. Okay. So memories are therefore narrated also through objects, material objects, written objects, visual forms, as well as oral forms. Think about grandmother's tales. Our grandmothers, they have, grandmothers are so fond of, they have so many experiences. So they I'm sure you all would have listened to the stories of your grandmothers. Oral forms, memories are also narrated through oral forms, right? So all these things are narratives, all these channels are representations, but all these narratives have politics. That's a basic understanding regarding memory. So memory studies. From memory we come to memory studies. So memory studies is an interdisciplinary area. Obviously, it's an interdisciplinary area. It is not only about literature, it is also about history, it is also about anthropology, it is also about political science or political theory, it is also about science, neuroscience. So, for example, Alzheimer's patient's writings. There are so many narratives. There are so many narratives by Alzheimer's patients. They try to recollect their experiences. Obviously, they have memory loss, but they try to write down their experiences through their memoirs, memoirs, memoirs. So memoir as a form is very close to memory. Memoir, ormakuruppugal. It's very close to memory. So memory studies, an interdisciplinary form which cuts across different disciplines. It's totally a very vast area. Okay. Another point regarding memory studies is closely connected with the trauma, Trauma. So trauma studies has become a very important research area nowadays, and we can easily connect memory studies with the trauma studies. So traumatic, we talk about traumatic memories. Those who experience trauma, they try to recollect the past with a pain. Okay. They painfully recollect the past. For example, painful experiences of victims of, Holocaust. Painful experiences of victims of Holocaust. For example, Primo Levi. The Holocaust survivor, through his writings, he represented the painful experiences. So trauma is very much a very important aspect of memory studies. Okay. And when we talk about the history of memory studies, I'm coming to that. When we talk about the history of memory studies, there are mainly three phases. The early phase. If you look at the early phase, the period, the classical period, the age-old classical period before Christ, BC, where we come across Plato, Aristotle, Longinus, Horace, etc., etc. So those who have studied literary criticism, they know all these critics. So Plato, a very important thinker, philosopher, who lived in the past, in the classical period, and Plato made a reference about memory. And Plato introduced a concept called Plato's wax tablet, W-A-X. Plato's wax tablet. And according to Plato, memories can be inscribed. Our mind is like, according to Plato, our mind is like a wax tablet, a plate of wax. We can inscribe our experiences. Our experiences can be inscribed on the wax tablet. So Plato, he was very concerned about imitation. Okay. So representing memory in our mind through imitation. Right. So Plato's wax tablet, that concept, followed by the Enlightenment period. Another important phase in the history of memory studies is Enlightenment period, where we come across the philosopher Descartes, René Descartes. And Descartes, he made a very, very important statement about self. I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. So he connected memory with reason. Descartes, memory, he connected memory with reason. He found a rational reading of memory. So Descartes, according to Descartes, memory or memories in the plural sense, memories are very much important for the evolution of human self. He was very much concerned about self, making of human self. So memories help in the construction of human self / identity. Okay. So memory, according to Descartes, memory is a deliberate, voluntary process through which we construct or we remodel our self. So it is all about construction of selfhood, one's selfhood. And after Descartes, towards the end of 19th century, we come across Freud, Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud connected memory with the human consciousness. Human consciousness. And according to Sigmund Freud, our memories are stored in our unconscious, which finally are deposited in our subconscious mind. So our our unfulfilled memories are suppressed or repressed. To quote Freud, they are repressed within human subconscious mind. So that's a statement made by Sigmund Freud, right? And after Freud, we come to Michel Foucault in 60s, 70s period in the 20th century. I'm quickly covering different areas. In the 20th century, we come to Michel Foucault. Foucault connected memory with power. That's very important. Memory with power. And how did Foucault connect memory with power? And according to Foucault, memories are a mechanism to challenge power structures. And Foucault coined a term that is counter memory. Foucault coined the term counter memory. So memories, they act as a protection, as a shield against suppression by state and other power structures. So from Plato, to look at the evolution from Plato to Descartes to Freud to Foucault. So then in the second phase of memory studies, that is after Foucault, and the second phase can be roughly called the phase of post-memory. Post-memory. That's another development in the field of memory studies. And what exactly is post-memory? Post means after, right? Post-graduation, after graduation. So post-memory, after memory. Okay, I'll just give a simple example. When you go back, you take the family album. If it is available with you, you take your family album, you go through the different pages. You come across some people who are no more. Right, obviously. Not all people may not be alive. And you may come across your grandfathers or great-grandfathers, grandmothers or great-grandmothers who are no more. So you experience, if you look at the photo, a visual text, if you look at a photo, you are reminded of the experiences which you shared with your grandparents. You are taken back to that phase, that time period. You go back to the past and you engage into an imaginary dialogue with your grandparents. Okay. I'm sure your grandparents would have told you about the experiences, the hardships which they faced during their early career. We had to, your parents itself. We had to walk 5 kilometers to school, 10 kilometers to school, okay, etc., etc. They all struggled. Invariably, most of them struggled. So, they would have definitely told you about their early struggles. Okay. So, but remember, you don't have the experiences directly. My father used to say, my father, who is no more, he used to say that he had to travel, he had to walk from, I'm sure that you would be knowing Pongunnam. He had to walk from Pongunnam to Pala. He was the first batch of BA English in St. Thomas College, Pala. And he happened to be the classmate of Professor Matthew Joseph, who came in the morning. Right. Matthew sir is also my teacher. Right. So my father used to tell me he had to walk from Pongunnam to Pala to attend degree classes. I did not have that experience because I stayed in the hostel throughout my degree course. So my experience about my father's experience is not a direct experience. The memories of my father, they are not direct as far as I am concerned. So my experience is a second level experience or an indirect experience. So post-memory is all about that. Post-memory, to put it simply, post-memory is second generation memory. Post-memory is second generation memory. Those who experience partition, they would have told about their experiences to the second generation. There are so many writings of second generation people about the experiences of their parents or grandparents. So post-memory is all about second generation memory. It is a belated memory. That's a technical term. It's a belated, B-E-L-A-T-E-D. It's a belated memory. It's an indirect knowledge. It is not a direct knowledge, it is an indirect knowledge. There is no connection, there is no living connection. There is no living connection at all, except the narratives of the past generation. The same is the case with the family albums also. Okay. So that is all about post-memory. I can also add a couple of more points about post-memory. Family as a space is very important. When we talk about post-memory, family as a space is very, very important. Family is a space where we listen to all these narratives from the past generation. Okay. The role of photographs, which I have already mentioned. Memorials, a material form. Museums, which I have already mentioned. Storytelling, particularly of grandparents. Right. So, one thing is very, very important. That is Holocaust. So, memory studies, how memory studies as a field became very popular. Memory studies as a field became very popular thanks to the Holocaust. You know, Hitler's atrocities of 50s, 30s, 40s, 50s. So Holocaust popularized this study, this area, memory studies. The victims of the Holocaust, through their writings, memoirs, through their autobiographies, diaries. Think about Anne Frank's diary. So all these representations popularize memory studies. The third phase of memory studies, the current contemporary phase. The contemporary phase of memory studies. Can anyone guess what is the specialty of this contemporary period in connection with the memory studies? This is a period of digital memory. So we are an internet generation. We are a cyber generation. We are an internet generation. And obviously, digital memory is very, very important. So the online platform, the cyberspace has become very, very important as far as contemporary memory studies is concerned. We come across so many online forms, friends, we come across so many online genres, online forms, such as YouTube. YouTube is a reservoir of memories. YouTube videos, photos, and all those things. So YouTube is a reservoir of memories. YouTube is a memory archive. We can call YouTube a memory archive, a digital memory archive. So there are so many other forms such as blogs. There are blogs. Blog writers, through their blogs, they narrate their experiences of the past. So the online forms of memory is very, very important. And a very important dimension of digital memory is connectivity. There is connectivity, there is interaction. The reader, the viewer is connected with the subject or the author. Okay. And the spatiality and temporality, they are questioned in the cyberspace. In the past, a specific location is important, whether it is Parnangana or Kodamalu, right? Now, that very spatiality and temporality is questioned when it comes to cyberspace. Okay, thanks to technology, right? And another aspect of digital memory is we can connect digital memory with the diaspora studies. I assume there are a few teachers who are interested in doing research. So they can look at connecting memory studies with the diaspora studies. And how to connect memory studies with the diaspora studies? There are online diaspora groups. There are online diaspora groups. They are interactive in nature. They form groups. They share their experiences. They share visual text. And they form what we call a collective identity. They form a collective identity. I think there's a group, a group of Knanaya community, online. I remember a candidate coming to do research on Knanaya community. And in her presentation, I remember she made a reference to online sites of Knanaya groups. So, diasporic communities in cyberspace. And we know that diaspora is closely connected with the memory. Right? There is no need to give so many examples. Okay. So, digital diaspora, that's a point which I wanted to tell you. So, there's a new technical term which is called a digital diaspora. Digital diaspora, not the old diaspora. We are so, a very important point. Unfortunately, we end up in doing research in already exhausted areas. We are still interested in doing research in Benjamin Sard Jeevitham and other works. So all those areas are now exhausted. Lots of research have already been done on such areas. So the old interpretation of diaspora, I won't say it is irrelevant. It is irrelevant in research. It is irrelevant in research because lots of research have already been done on this. So when you do research, you should be very, very careful. I need not remember. I need not remind you about it. You know what is happening nowadays. A very big controversy about research, doctorate. So when you pick a topic, you should be very careful. Right. Even those who are doing PG projects, they can take different areas, new topics, areas which are less explored. The road, take a road less traveled by. Thanks to Robert Frost, right? So digital diaspora is the point which I wanted to tell you. Right? Okay, online communities, they form what we call collective identity. They form a collective identity. They share their memories, and they form what we call collective memories. Collective memories. So we have seen the three phases: the early phase, the second phase, that is post-memory phase, and the third phase is digital memory space. And now let me quickly give you some areas about memory studies and research. So just 3 or 4 important areas, research possibilities in memory studies. Number 1, memory studies and identity formation, that point which I made at the very beginning. So life narratives is very important. The role of life writing or life narratives. Life narratives, there are different forms of life narratives: autobiographies, biographies, diaries, memoirs, biopics, etc., etc. So how different forms of life writing represent memories, how they help in the formation of identity, that's important. Memory and identity formation with reference to life writings. Secondly, oral narratives and memory. Folk songs, songs of Adivasis, tribals, they are thickly packed with their experiences. Right. Thirdly, media. We can connect memory studies and media. That's a very interesting area, sub-area of doing research in memory studies. Memory studies in media as well as new media, the online media, YouTube, television, animations, etc., etc. All are possible areas. Number 4, locations of memory. Locations of memory. Some locations are very, very important for memory studies. I remember some 10 years ago, a sister who was doing post-graduation in St. Thomas College, Pala, she happened to contact me over phone. She wanted to do a project on Alphonsa. And we had a conversation over phone, and I suggested the key locations which are connected with the Saint Alphonsa. So locations are also very important in memory studies, right? And number 5, memory studies and trauma studies. I need not explain. Then one more, memory and confession. Memory and confession. I'll just give a very important text. In fact, 2 texts. One, ഒരു അച്ഛൻ്റെ ഓർമ്മക്കുറിപ്പുകൾ by TV ഈശ്വരവാര്യർ. Memoirs of a Father by, it is also available in English. Memoirs of a Father by Professor TV ഈശ്വരവാര്യർ. Second one is an autobiography by Professor Joseph. What's the title of that book by Professor Joseph? അറ്റുപോകാത്ത ഓർമ്മകൾ, right? So confession is very important. There are so many narratives of confession. They are full of memories, right? So coming back to the last section, I'll just wind up very soon. A few concluding observations. 1, memory studies have become very, very important thanks to digital era. So digital era has equipped the documentation of memories. Thanks to technology, we can document our past in a better way. Okay, we can preserve the photos, videos, etc., right? So that's very important. Secondly, memory studies is also about the politics of forgetting. That's interesting, right? We try to forget certain things, which I mentioned at the very beginning. It's also about the politics of forgetting. We try to forget certain things. We don't want to remember, right? Thirdly, memory studies is also about human rights. It is our right to remember the past. At the same time, memory studies is also about human rights violations. It's also about human rights violations. If one faced atrocities, if one faced some injustices in the past, he or she may remember the past through narrations. Right? Think about Sri Lankan Civil War. Think about the narratives of victims of Holocaust. Right? So human rights and memory studies. And one last point. What about the possibility of Indian memory studies? Is there any possibility of Indian memory studies? So my answer is very, very much possibilities there. That is the relevance of this session, I would say. That's the relevance of this session. Memory studies is already an established area in the West, but not in South Asia or Indian context. In the Indian context, we come across so many sites of memory. There are so many locations of memory. One is partition writings. Another one, Sikh riots. Another one, emergency period. Another one, within Kerala, we can say Kasaragod location, endosulfan location, right? There are so many photos of endosulfan victims. You would have come across that. Even documentaries are there. Some narratives are there. Ambika Sudan Mangad's novel, En Magaje, right, for example. Right? There are some novels. There are some poems already. Some visuals about all those victims. Right? Then another location of memory studies in South Asia is Sri Lankan context. Nowadays, very powerful, excellent writings are coming out from Sri Lanka about civil war experiences. Different writings are coming out, poems, novels, even graphic novels, paintings, etc., etc. Right? So, within the time limit, I think I could conclude. So, let me recap the ideas which I shared with you. I started with a few introductory questions, which I hope I could answer fairly well. After the introductory questions, I started tracing. Before tracing the history of memory studies, I introduced the concept memory. Then I connected memory with memory studies, and the different aspects of memory, such as trauma, memory and identity, memory and textuality. Then I mentioned about the history of memory studies, the three phases of memory studies. Memory studies in antiquity, in the past, early phase, where we come across Plato. Then I talked about Enlightenment, then Sigmund Freud, then Michel Foucault. In the second phase, that is the post-memory phase, the second generation, how second generation remember the past. That's important. That's a hinge generation, a belated generation. So how family becomes a very important site, location of post-memories. Then the third phase, digital memory space. Then I mentioned about YouTube. Then I mentioned about spatiality and temporality. Then diasporic memory. I forgot to mention profile pictures. Profile pictures, they are very, very important. There's a politics. There's a politics of changing profile pictures. Think about WhatsApp profile pictures. Then I introduced 5 or 6 research areas within memory studies. Role of life writings, oral narratives, locations and memory studies, then trauma and memory studies and confession, right? Then finally, the conclusion with few observations about memory and human rights. Then Indian memory studies, a possibility, and memory / forgetting. So these are some of the key ideas. But before that, I think I missed out one small segment, that is the theories of memory studies. Quickly, let me share some ideas. One very important early theorist is Maurice Halbach. Maurice Halbach, the spelling is complicated, second name, Halbwach, S. Halbwach. So Maurice Halbach, he, not she. Maurice Halbach wrote two important theoretical works on memory studies. One is on collective memory, second one collective memory. Collective memory and on collective memory. So what is the key concept of Halbach? Halbach introduced the key concept, memoir collective. Memoir collective. A French theorist. He was a French theorist. And what is memoir collective? Memoir collective is nothing but collective memory. Collective memory. And the key point of his theory is simply this: our memories are always collective. We cannot remember individually. Our memory is connected with some other person. Our individual memory is connected with some other person or more than one person. So individual remembering is always collective remembering. That's the point made by Maurice Halbach. And Halbach's collective memory concept is connected with collective identity formation. So collective identity and collective memory, right? Secondly, another theorist, Pierre Nora, P-I-E-R-R-E, Pierre Nora, a French theorist, again a French theorist. And Pierre Nora introduced the concept sites of memory, S-I-T-E-S, sites of memory, locations of memory. That's a simple translation. And Nora touched upon important locations of memory. And he studied about Holocaust memorials, some locations connected with the Holocaust, etc. Right? Thirdly, Aleida Assmann and Jan Assmann, husband and wife, two contemporary theorists. Aleida Assmann, Jan Assmann, J-A-N, two German theorists, husband and wife. So they popularized the concept cultural memory. Cultural memory. And to them, memory is all about cultural formation. We try to remember the past through memories, a series of memory. And that is all about cultural formation, social formation, etc. And finally coming to Indian memory theories. I mentioned the point that it is not at all a developed area in the Indian context, but nowadays it is slowly becoming popular because there is already a new center of memory studies in IIT Madras. Recently, IIT Madras started a center for memory studies. Remember, it is not only about academicians, it's also about neuroscientists. Memory studies is connected with neuroscience. It is also about psychologists. It's also about philosophers, historians. So different academicians, different experts from different disciplines, they are members of a memory studies center in IIT Madras. Right. So Indian memory studies, to name a few who have done some work in Indian memory studies, one is M.S.S. Pandian. M.S.S. Pandian. Second one is Gopal Guru. The third one is Sudhir Kakar. K-A-K-A-R, Sutir Kakar. I cannot point out anyone other than these people. So that's why I repeat the point. Memory studies is a less explored area in the Indian context, and that's a very huge opportunity for academicians to pursue research under memory studies. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I think it's time for some interaction. If you have got some doubts regarding this area, I'm really happy to share my experiences. I'm happy to give you replies, hopefully, which I can give. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity, the English department of Alphonsa College, particularly Father Joseph, Father Jos, for extending the invitation. Thank you so much.
Those who would like to share a feedback may come forward. Anyone?
Now I invite Rowan Thomas of 3rd DC English for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. I am delighted to propose my gratitude at this remarkable event on memory studies, theories, context, and debates, the session of the National Seminar on Anxiety of Convergence, the Meaning of Indianness, organized by PG Department of English, Alphonsa College, in collaboration with the School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University. We had an insightful session by Dr. Rajesh V. Nair. From this session, we understood the role of memory in constructing our identity, the various ways in which memories are narrated, and also Rajesh sir has beautifully traced the history of memory studies, the role of Holocaust in the development of memory studies, and he also gave us idea about recent research topics on memory studies and the possibility of Indian memory studies, and concluded his session with the theories on memory studies. It was such a wonderful experience for all the listeners, and we are very fortunate to have someone like Rajesh sir, who is well versed in the field of memory studies. On behalf of all the students, I would like to acknowledge our gratitude to Dr. Rajesh V. Nair for spending his valuable time for us and adorning this event. I record our heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Thank you.
Next up, we have a 10-minute tea break. Everyone may come and join the session at 3 p.m. for the valedictory session. Thank you.
program. This national seminar was a golden opportunity because we were shut down at our houses due to COVID pandemic and were deprived of regular classes even for about 1.5 years. Such seminars, classes, and stages were only in our dreams. Now, let's begin the valedictory session with the prayer song. I invite Kirtana S. of 2nd DC English for the prayer.
ചന്ദമേറിയ പൂവിലും ശബളാഭമാം ശലഭത്തിലും സന്തതം കരതാരിയെന്നൊരു ചിത്രചാതുരി കാട്ടിയും ഹന്തചാരു കടാക്ഷമാലകൾ അർക്കരശ്മിയിൽ ചാർത്തിയും ചിന്തയാം മണിമന്ദിരത്തിൽ വിളങ്ങുമീശനെ വാഴ്ത്തുവിൻ. ചിന്തയാം മണിമന്ദിരത്തിൽ വിളങ്ങുമീശനെ വാഴ്ത്തുവിൻ.
Now, I invite Ms. Ashley Thomas, Assistant Professor, Department of English, for the welcome speech.
A warm good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Reverend Father Joseph, Head of the Department of PG Department of English, and the President of the session, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, Vice Principal of Alphonsa College, Palai, Ms. Rosemary Philip, my dear colleagues and dear students. India is an illusion as well as a reality. It is an abstract notion as well as a concrete experience. It is the soul which is composed of many bodies. Yes, my nation is the light that drives away darkness. These are the words of Jawaharlal Nehru, the architect of modern India. Yes, the ideas he conveyed is still relevant in our contemporary society, even in 21st century. And that is the reason why the PG Department of English organized a national seminar on the topic, Anxiety of Convergence, the Meaning of Indianness, in collaboration with School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam. And as part of our program, with the grace of God, we have come to the valedictory session of our national seminar, which was completed in a very successful way. We have amidst us Reverend Dr. Joseph, the head of the department, who is the master brain behind this national seminar, from the very inception to this planning and the proper execution of this national seminar. And I feel it my privilege to extend a wholehearted welcome to our beloved Father, Reverend Father Joseph, to this function. And to inaugurate the valedictory session, we have Reverend Dr. Shaji John, Vice Principal of Alphonsa College, Palai. He has always been a constant source of support and encouragement in all our endeavors, especially in the programs of our English department. It is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to you, Father. And my dear colleagues, each and every one of you toil day and night for the proper execution of this plan to conduct our national seminar. And as a representative of our colleagues, I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Rosemary Philip to this function. And the warp and weft of our department. My dear students, Your active, energetic participation has made this program a grand success. I feel it a privilege to welcome all of you to this function. Once again, welcoming all of you to this concluding session of our national seminar. Let me conclude my words. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request Reverend Dr. Father Jose Joseph, Head of the Postgraduate Department of English, to deliver the presidential address.
Dr. Shaji John, Honorable Vice Principal of Alphonsa College, Ms. Ashley Thomas, Dr. Rosemary Philip, esteemed guests, my dear colleagues, dear students. Today, it was a very fruitful day because we have conducted a national seminar very successfully. A lot of papers, around 100 papers were presented, and 100 students or scholars got an opportunity to develop their concept. First of all, they could conceive a concept, then they could develop it and present it. So this is a great growth to the body of knowledge. So it is an epistemological growth. And again, we are conducted in the best way. So it's an experience of execution. We have executed it so well that all of us have got a wonderful opportunity to witness and understand the way we have to conduct a program. So behind this, I know there are a lot of hard work. I do not know how to thank the people behind this program. Actually, this is a program of Alphonsa College. Therefore, on this occasion, it's my duty to thank Almighty God, then Mar Joseph Kalrangat, our patron, manager, Dr. Joseph Tadatil, our principal, Dr. Regina Ma Joseph, our vice principal, Dr. Shaji John, Dr. Minimal Matthew, and all the teachers of the Department of English. I also thank all the teachers of this college because they have, in one way or other, contributed much to the reasonable functioning of this program. And also thank all the scholars and participants who have taken a lot of hard work to complete this. And more than that, our students, when I speak about my students, I am really proud of my students because they work hard. They are the real models of students. If somebody asks, how should a student be? I only one thing to say, a student should be modeled after the students of Alphonsa College. Your hard work is always esteemed. We love you, we care you, we'll do whatever relevant for your growth. On this occasion, I thank all of you, and I wish such national programs and if possible international programs may be conducted in coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Now, I cordially invite Dr. Shaji John, Vice Principal, Alphonsa College, Pala, for the inaugural address.
Most respected Dr. Jose Joseph, my intimate friend, and HOD of the English department, Miss Ashley Thomas, Dr. Rosemary, dear teachers, and my dear loving students. In today's rapidly globalizing world, where cultures and societies are increasingly interconnected, it is natural to feel a sense of fear or worry about the preservation of our unique and cultural identity. This fear, known as an anxiety of convergence, is a valid concern, as globalization and divisive politics can sometimes lead to the delusion or the loss of cultural and literary tradition and practices. However, as we look towards India as the meaning of Indianness, we must approach this topic with a sense of hope and optimism. Indianness is not just a set of cultural traditions and literary practices, but also a reflection of the values and beliefs that define our country and its people. From the rich treasury of our festivals to the diversity of our language, literature, Indianness is a testament to the strength of our nation. The National Seminar organized by the Postgraduate Department English, Alphonsa College, Pali, on anxiety of convergence, the meaning of Indianness, focus on how the convergence of cultures is affecting the definition of Indianness. Are traditional elements of Indianness being preserved, or are they being lost in the process of cultural convergence? The seminar brought together experts and scholars to discuss anxieties pertaining to the convergence of varied literary traditions and initiate new academic spaces for redefining the meaning of Indianness. I make use of this opportunity to appreciate the Department of English, especially my beloved friend, intimate friend, Dr. Joseph, and his colleagues. I hope that this seminar was very informative and successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. Let me welcome Dr. Rosemary Phillip, Assistant Professor, Department of English, and co-convener of today's seminar, for the vote of thanks.
The most respected Vice Principal of our college, Reverend Dr. Shaji John, the Bursar and the Head of the Department of English in Alphonsa College, Dr. Joseph, my friend and colleague, Ms. Ashley Thomas, respected colleagues, and my dear friends. When we are to face the moment of singularity, when technology is to converge humanity in its new phase, I believe literature should lead us to light the world of, to the world of love. Literature should lead us to the world of love and humility. And the ultimate result of this new evolution, which is going to be an AI human, is also a kind of convergence. So now today, as I stand here, Joseph has already expressed his gratitude and thanks for the success this seminar has been. So, but as I am indebted to do the same, today I stand here and I'm thankful to many people because as we decided to embark on this journey, we had no clue how to do this. But after 2 months today, we made it a reality. So first of all, I would like to thank and express our sincere gratitude to our principal in her absence, Dr. Sister Reginama, for being our motivation in whatever we do. Next, let me thank our Vice Principal, Dr. Shaji John, for gracing this occasion with his blessings and also being present throughout this seminar. Thank you very much, Father. Words are not enough to thank our head, Dr. Joseph. I would like to remember a quote my father used to say when I was small. You don't have to be afraid of an army led by a lamb, an army of lion led by a lamb, but you have to be afraid of an army of lamb led by a lion. And Dr. Joseph is the lion of our department who is leading us. Yes. The way he handles adverse moments is exemplary. Father, we thank you for giving us that space to grow, to be ourselves, and for supporting and guiding us at every point to make this a reality. Now let me thank the participants of the seminar, teachers, research scholars, and students from various parts of the country for responding to our invitation. I would also like to thank the persons who came here for chairing the occasion, for chairing the sessions, Dr. Maria George, Ms. Annie Matthew, Father Bibin, and Father Roshan from St. Thomas College. And also our online sessions were chaired by Dr. Dinesh Kumar and Dr. Kaur. Both of them were from Punjab University. I remember all of them and I thank them as well. I would like to thank the service rendered by the non-teaching staff of our college throughout this seminar. Next, last but not the least, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our own students from college, from this college, and also our second year and third year degree students and PG students of our college who has rendered the service selflessly throughout the seminar. And I would also like to thank Martin and his associates for broadcasting this program throughout live through our YouTube channel. So thank you. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we have come to an end of the valedictory session. Thank you each and everyone for being a part of this special occasion and making it a wonderful experience for all of us. Thank you. Let's all rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विदाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विदाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे